fait, il y a mon épouse qui bosse là-bas.
Ah, ok.
Et heureusement à mi-temps, parce que sinon on n'y arriverait pas. Mais
Entre Genève et Decathlon.
c'est pire, on habite dans un village chez des copains. C'est une manière de garder des liens.
Ouais, ouais.
Mais du coup, je pense que je vais être là-bas le week-end prochain.
Moi, du coup, depuis.
Qual è quello?
J'y suis, quoi.
Qual è quello
J'ai
che...
fait, en fait, je suis contente d'être là-bas. J'ai eu du mal, mais maintenant je suis contente.
Moi, j'aime bien Bâle. Enfin, nous, on a
Adesso le 6 e 6.
phase of the research project in a few moments, as soon as the problem is solved.
Perché non si vede? Just a moment, we are organizing the projection. Però bisogna passare questo, bisogna passare. Avete proiettato già dei PowerPoint con questo? Come mai adesso non funziona? Non funziona il cavo? Va bene. Aspettiamo un attimo. Alessandro, non so se devo cominciare magari mentre cambiano il cavo? Sì, sì, sì. So, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure. I will start in English, then I will speak in Italian. And I noted that most of them are from Francophone language. So I will think that the official language would be French, not English, as you can see from the person. One moment. It works. It's a strange color. It's something Andy Warhol style. It's Andy Warhol style. Can be a decision to you know, the technology is always against us. Beh, se prima ha funzionato, avete provato con questo? Questo funziona meglio? Forse è il proiettore? No? Beh, anche questo si vede con questi colori così, Andy Warhol style. I prefer to speak Italian, and I know that you are from France or Switzerland or some Benissimo, come voi sapete noi stiamo facendo questo convegno nell'ambito di finanziamenti che abbiamo avuto dalla comunità europea, è un bando PNRR. Questo bando ha un obiettivo fondamentale, l'internazionalizzazione delle istituzioni AFAM, e abbiamo stabilito tutta una serie di attività che dovrebbero portare ad una maggiore internazionalizzazione delle nostre istituzioni all'estero. Io ci tengo a dire che la nostra Accademia, io sono ormai al mio 4º mandato e per fortuna sto per finire, per poi andare in pensione, che cosa a cui tengo moltissimo, mentre ci sono alcuni professori che disperatamente vogliono rimanere, mentre sarebbe opportuno che, perché bisogna sapere uscire di scena, ma solo chi viene dal teatro sa uscire di scena nel momento giusto, e alcuni invece si aggrappano disperatamente, non vogliono più uscire da questa istituzione, mentre dovrebbero, a mio avviso, lasciare nel momento opportuno. Detto questo, adesso risolvo, sì. Detto questo, l'Accademia Albertina fin dal 2014 ha avuto una forte vocazione all'internazionalizzazione, dovuto anche a delle mie pregresse esperienze. Io ho cominciato a fare il direttore nel 2013, mi ero sempre occupato di internazionalizzazione già nei primi 10 anni e siamo riusciti ad ampliare moltissimi i nostri partner europei ed extraeuropei. Addirittura adesso vantiamo 42 studenti di 42 nazionalità diverse. È chiaro che il contingente maggiore viene dalla Cina e come secondo contingente dall'Iran. È nostra intenzione aumentare questo contingente, soprattutto dall'Iran, anche in questo momento così delicato, eccetera. E non è facile, ovviamente. È chiaro che queste 42 nazionalità diverse sono dei numeri molto bassi, solo 2-3, mentre il contingente di lingua cinese è di circa 250 triennio. Io sono molto anche contento che siano qui presenti i dottorati, questo è un momento molto importante. Abbiamo qui 2 coordinatori dei dottorati che sono i professori Giomi e Biolchini, a cui va il mio grato pensiero perché veramente hanno saputo strutturare, ci invidiano. Noi abbiamo avuto quest'anno oltre 220 domande, 200? Circa 200 domande, mentre altri dottorati insomma non hanno avuto questa richiesta. Quindi il dottorato, che è appunto poi di nuovi media, pratiche critico-curatoriali, evidentemente la bontà di questo progetto, l'attenzione e la scelta di questo primo ciclo dottorale evidenzia anche, permettetemi di dire, proprio l'eccellenza dell'Accademia, che ha saputo poi attrarre tutte queste domande di dottorato, cosa che ci fa veramente molto piacere. Nel futuro abbiamo, in questo momento il governo non ha ancora finanziato il terzo ciclo, però grazie, e qui devo ringraziare il professore Bastroianni, che è il mio vice direttore aggiunto, e la sua carica insieme a quella dei miei direttori partirà il 22 febbraio, all'inizio del mio mandato. Abbiamo molte partecipazioni private. Questo anche è una cosa veramente molto importante, sicuramente darà fastidio a molti che noi riusciamo ad avere queste cose, scusate se lo dico, però quindi merito al professore Bastroianni, che è riuscito ad attrarre capitali personali di privati personali non credo, anche se sarebbe auspicabile, e probabilmente dovremmo anche fare dei dottorati con mi dicevi appunto ci sarà un dottorato internazionale anche molto dedicato all'Asia, è una richiesta di una nostra istituzione partner. Quindi come vedete noi abbiamo moltissime attività, non vi nascondiamo che abbiamo anche, come dire, delle persone che remano contro all'interno dell'Accademia, ma noi le ignoriamo totalmente. Questo è il senso proprio del senso che noi siamo talmente forti e audaci che chi è contro ci fa ridere. Poi non sono contro di me. Questo vi volevo presentare brevemente l'attività di maggio. I would like to introduce our event in May. This is the final moment of this big project. What I want to, this is, I asked to Professor De Francesco to make this introduction because it's my intention to invite all you. Please take note, save the date in your agenda. If you can come, it will be a big pleasure because I think it's the first time that we realize in Europe this kind of event, because this event is focused in the research. So what we will see in the week from May 25 to 2030, it's what the very important European and ex-European institution will show, will display about the international research all over the world. We titled this Art Research World Expo. And it will be... De Francesco, vieni qua. Mi lasciare solo. Vedi, non va avanti. Ecco. This is our logo. Stay here, please. This is our logo. This is international, please. Italian Network of Artistic Research. And then we are also organizing a website that will still work after this event. And we want, Professor Jomi, we want to increase this website, with all the contents of all the persons that want to increase this Italian network of not only Italian but international artistic research. Questo? No. Okay. This logo is created with about our Professor Gioia. So this expo is a wonderful occasion to promote the high Italian education with the education, high education, art education in some European and extra-European institution. It's interesting that we choose also some keywords. We have participated this year also at Osaka, the Expo of Osaka. We participate about 14 institutions, Academy of Fine Arts, and the keywords of Osaka are similar to us. So we decided to transform and to use the keywords of the Osaka International Expo. And we have a great success. We have to say that we have a good success in Osaka. A big website, the institution that participate at Osaka, on the first prize, having the word connecting culture out to the institution that with the European. We have something like a preview, then we'll show the exhibition because we have a lot. This is the presentation. To have you here in May, okay? What you see, what you can read on Sandretto Rebauden, Reggio Theatre, every participate at this big, the board of the partner of Turin 20 Culture also is our partner. Galleria d'Italia, and also very important, after finishing or during a pause, during a break, please visit our Pinacoteca Alberta copy of Leonardo da Vinci. It was very important. So you can see free, without paying, you can see the Pinacoteca. But you can see only today, because tomorrow is closed, the weekly closed. So if you want to see the Pinacoteca, you have to go only today until 6 o'clock, then it closes. Then we have the ceremony of inauguration. As you see, we have a lot of Italian academy and conservatory of music that will participate also. We have here our partner from Reggio Calabria, Professoressa De Marco, and also Genova, Bergamo, as you see, many. Very important also the National Academy of Dramatic Art in Rome, and some ISIA. ISIA is Istituti Superiori delle Industrie Artistiche, Industrial Design Artistic Institute, that will participate, and also the University of Turin and the Politecnico. Del Conservatorio di Verdi is here the Professoressa Bordin here. Where is? And you know that in the inauguration ceremony we will have the Conservatory Verdi and also the Academy of Teatro La Scala of Milan, that is our partner. And we will show the 25th of May. Also, we will we will display some project from the academy, from our academy. And we have many interesting exhibition from our 10 school. We have 10 school, scenography, painting, graphic art, new technology, and we have a lot of very interesting, and also we have, this is very important, the Lucida Artista, Artist Light. You know, Turin is the capital of Artist Light. We will have a very interesting light exhibition in the front of the, yes, in the facade. And also, you have to know that we have a place where is the scenography center. Is in the outside, in the suburban area, and we will have a festival dedicated to the set design, expressed for the set design. Of course, we will show also the special project that we have displayed in Osaka. This is the event we will have in March. Very interesting is also the presence of Teatro Katakali, because it's very important for us to improve, to increase the performance art. We have a festival also with Montenegro, with the University of Cetinje, we are partner. And so in March we will have one of the most important master in Teatro Katakali that we will show for 5 days, a workshop and then a demonstration, a performing demonstration. Also Teatro Nero, Black Theater, is a very interesting performance day curated by our Professor Barzagli from the painting course. Also, we will show some research project of our doctorate, JOMI, we will show. This is the first one, is from from Academy of Dramatic Art. Then we have all the institutions that participate in Osaka that created this. The project is called WOW, We One Wave, Art Design for Future Lives. Creativity Atlanta, I think Atlanta is in English, no? Atlas, Creativity Atlas. Then we have some other, but you can see here the European participation: Bulgaria, France, Finland, Greece, Polonia, Hungarian, and the extra way, China, India, Indonesia. We have our doctorate from Jakarta. Where is doctorate from Jakarta? From Jakarta, we have Calbis University, correct? Lebanon, Japan, Morocco, Algeria, Egypt, Kenya. Also, we are opening to Africa, Montenegro, and very interesting also the participation of Arab Emirates, Oman. This is very interesting. We have a jury, international jury, that the president is Patrizia Sandretto Rere Baudengo, and the jury is with two other persons. Now they are just accepting, so at the moment the other two are secret, that we cannot say, because we will give some award. But this is very interesting because we can just inform the International Albertina Award is a special prize that we'll give every 4 years. But during the COVID, it was a stop. And the person that we will be awarded are two of the most important international artists, Michelangelo Pestoletto and Stellark. I hope you know who is Stellark. Is a Cypriot Australian artist, very famous, both accepted and will be here. Okay, then we have the Rai Radio Television, Italian Television as main partner ufficiale, and some others. And here you can see some our poster. All the city. It's very interesting also to see all the discipline that we involve in this project. If you see, for example, the circus, dance, sonor, folklore, also folklore. This is very, in May or in March if you can, but in May, I will wait for you, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Dean for this presentation. I'll give again the chair to...
Good morning. Next presentation is Delphine Chapuis-Schmitz. So, a word about you. I was looking for your biography. The languages to think collective and cross-disciplinary. Also PhD in philosophy from the stage is yours.
Piacere essere in Torino e tutto il mio italiano. So I'm going to speak in research. And a few thoughts or words to begin with on the field of philosophy, as you mentioned, lacking some kind of anchoring in materialities and in exhibition in different engaged in different institutional contexts, artist-run space, and in languages, created processes of sense-making in concrete aesthetic thinking in the and this practice. Okay. Then I participated, which was relationships between the digital of the, because I figured out, it's a digital zine, Liechtenstein, really, with that I was showing from this academy, and does it imply what kind of shifts research? Kind of apparently at first sight, situated embodied material, and the dimension of research, traceability, and some way to transfer the. I was really interested in this kind of tension, and the question then becomes how to ensure the dimension of artistic practice, or the artistic dimension of practice. And you see, I intentionally formulate the question in this way, like starting from concrete processes and not question like subjective, objective, or this kind of epistemological frames, because I think practices is precisely to shift the theoretical categories and frames that epistemologically have been dominating Western thought. So addressing artistic practice as research, I think, is really opens a territory of exploration and a field which kind of, in singular cases and in different ways, without wanting to have a definition or an overall, but more exploring ways of shifting established understandings and categories. And so that's going to be, that's really like what I said from the very beginning, addressing this question as a practitioner. And I want to show you now, I will show you two main field of examples. I'm really bad with time, so you tell me if I have only 5 minutes left, then I know. So the first kind of example addresses, like very generally, with the question how to engage writing as a situated, embodied, embedded, and performative practice, so kind of a big territory of exploration. But what I want to show you more specifically is practice of workshopping, of doing workshops in different contexts again. So here it's at the art school in Basel with PhD students from the group Make Sense. That's again in Basel. This is a workshop with bachelor students at the art school in Aix-en-Provence. This was a workshop at Elia in Milano. And here with a PhD group in Zurich. And so, as you see, it's different situations, different constellations. What I want to show you in order with these pictures is that practice, and this practice of workshopping, is a sustained engagement. It's not something which happens once. So really, this dimension of practice as something which is in a long temporality, which does not contradict the fact that you have each time singular processes which happen and which occur in specific situated conditions, but they are embedded in a long-term temporality, in a practice where you explore, experiment with repetition in and with variations. Often these workshops that I do are conceived as iterative processes where you have different steps which build on another, alternating individual and collective constellations. So all these are kind of examples of repetition within variation. And that's a practice which is scored, and which is scored in different ways. First, in advance of the practice that we engaged in together in a group in a specific situation. And then after, and then of course the score, when it is activated in the concrete moment of practice or processes practice, shifts. and is kind of adapted to the specificities of what happened, what occurs in the concrete situation. And from these repeated singular processes, which become a practice, I have, and that's still a work in progress, but I offer this wonderful opportunity of the research catalog to develop an exposition which is between documentation and score, in the sense that it is devised so as to be activated by others in specific context. So activated in a way that you adopt and adapt it also to the specific parameters of the situation you are working in and with. So that's, again, just a screenshot, but you can have a look if you want. That the same exposition where it's, I mean, here it's very much text loaded, but you have also picture. And the interesting thing is that it's non-linear, so you navigate the page in a non-linear way, so it opens possibilities of other kinds of formats. I'm going to show another example of other expositions afterwards. What I wanted to emphasize here, so beside this dimension of practice as a sustained engagement with these repetitions in variation, is the dimension of practice sharing, which is also, I think, very important in this field of artistic research. And practice sharing, it's not only sharing the practice, but it's also practicing, if you say so, practicing the sharing. And what does that mean to share? And what do you share? And how do you share? So that's also a question which is really at the core of my practice. And now I would like to show you a second example, which is ongoing, so still really in process, durational process-based research, which started actually after a meeting of the language-based artistic research group, which is a special interest group of the Society for Artistic Research, and it was a meeting in Vienna at the Zentrum Focus Forschung in 2023, which was, I just say a few words because I think it was very interesting. They have a devoted page also on the research catalog, this language-based artistic research group. And this gathering was really built around this idea of practice sharing with non-traditional formats, like I am doing now speaking to you, but with really workshops, practice sharing formats where we would engage together in practices from the different research approaches and projects. So on this occasion, a group of 6, we met around the shared interest of exploring the reciprocal interaction between bodying and languaging. So really between bodying practices which involve the body, and languaging as a practice, as the practice of making sense with linguistic means, but where the linguistic means are not already pre-given or determined, but are themselves shaped and move in and through the specific practice, involving also these bodying practices. And I mentioned that we are 6 women. We come from different geographical spaces. We also come from different I would say institutional, non-institutional anchoring. As mentioned, I am teaching at the art school in Zurich. Emma is associate professor at the university in the UK. Lito is a PhD candidate in Göteborg. And Larissa, Sabina, and Ines are all independent artists. And we are all, or together, moving between the fields of poetry, body working, writing, artistic practice, performance, choreography. So it has this kind of a transdisciplinarity in the arts approach. And then we engage really in this process of exploration. And when we presented our process at a presentation during a conference of the Society for Artistic Research, we needed a name, and then we came with the name Withing. So where really this idea of practice sharing and being together in and through the practice is kind of a central dimension of it. And how do we proceed? We have, so far we had 2 cycles of exploration which took place from a distance. As I mentioned, we are in different places. So, and then we had 1 meeting in person after the first meeting in Vienna. And then from this process emerged different, what we came to call actually crystallizations. And that's something which I think is important, this naming. How do we name what we do as artistic research practitioners? Because if you call it outcome or output, or if you call it crystallization, you're of course in a different field of discourse and a different field of associations. That's something that was mentioned already this morning. And we came to call it crystallization as moments in the process where something crystallizes, which can be shared with a wider audience. And this can take different forms, different formats. Until now we had, as I mentioned, presentation in kind of artistic research, more academic context formats. We are now working on a series of radiophonic pieces, and the 4th episode is going to be broadcast tomorrow afternoon on Radio Warm, which is based in Rotterdam. We are working on a publishing project, so it can really take different forms, and then it's also each of these crystallizations, of course, goes back in the process or is part of the process. So this process-based dimension and taking the process as a starting point is really essential. And at the center, both of these cycles of exploration and crystallization is a scoring practice, which occur in advance. So during this first cycle of exploration, we work in pairs, and each of us devises scores that we share with the other, with the group, and then we activate the score, and we meet again and share what we have been activating. And this is again in process documentation on the research catalog of the different iterations, so that the first iteration, that the second iteration. So you see we have audio, also we have the scores, and then we have the material which is generated during the exploration. So here, the scoring practice happens in advance, so to say, of the practice. But then during another in-person meeting that we had, it really happened in and from the practice. So it was during what we came to call open studio sequences that we realized that we had also these scores which emerged from the practice with this notion of kairotic score, which is also referring to moments in the practice where something emerges. I'm just showing you a few impressions. And then, of course, we had alternating this open studio practice with reflection moments and rounds of reflection where we articulated these. So this scoring practice really addresses this challenge of articulating the different dimensions of the artistic practice, as I tried to show a bit briefly. And as I mentioned, it happens really from and within the practice, not as something which is external to it. And I think so it concerns the different dimensions of the practice, as well the processes of the crystallization, which have these different singular, situated, material, embodied dimensions. And this happens in advance, afterwards, during, or from within the process. and means that you include this dimension of shareability at the core of the practice itself. It's not something which comes afterwards. And that's a way to address these challenges of traceability and transferability of processes which remain singular, material, aesthetic, etc. So you see these two shifts of taking the processes as the basis of the questioning and including these questions of shareability through this kind of scoring practices. It actually shifts the practice, and it shifts the practice as research, and becomes really this scoring practice, and the scoring practice itself, it becomes the research. So you have this kind of multi-spiraling and different forms of embedment. That's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much.
So let's continue with the next presentation. Can I present you?
It is also traps I could be of. So what to talk straight about the destructive, obscure and very unsettling world we're living in, a world that's from the essential and in a vital micro and macrocosmos. And it was with that kind of preoccupation that there was in 2019 a kind of accident with those preoccupations and with the accidental encounter with life to accomplish these pictures of the lake. I made some little videos and is crossed by the river Rhine. Yes, it's a very special lake. It's a river lake. And yeah, this is pictures of the journey, different journeys to the lake. The lake is a lake of shore, faces a lot of different cities. In English, we say the Lake of Constance. In German, we say the Bodensee. So the lake is already forked and has like two different names. Wait a minute. Yes, I think graphic design and mapping, one of the first places, geographical place, and there were a lot, because it learned me a lot, this poem. Silence. The doll turns the atlas and sees the organic Y. She is not dreaming and skim the ridges along her flank. The upper sea is a full belly, calls the doll. In a fierce wind, sailing ships sail in formation. The lake is a mouth. With the lake screams the delta. Shouting out of proportion, says the doll. Against the shore and fallen from the maps, the Alps are delirating. It's a lake opera. So it's a book that is carried by 40 voices. 1940, that was made by Sebastian about the geography of the lake. So during my research, cognitive research, but of me, Andrea, the Dutch poets, Paradise, and Herman Hesse, which is one of the Herman Hesse, which is one of the artists together and lived around the lake. Herman Hesse made around the lake. Herman Hesse made a strange and mysterious place. The lake is. So cultural guide. It was reconnect with beauty in the world of the body. To go into a kind of project of reconstruction, bodily reconstruction, spiritual reconstruction, reconstruction of the soul, and maybe a dimension that was a bit lately discovered for me, which is already also another dimension, it's the dimension of the heart. And I could say that the project made it possible for me to be reborn, to go through a kind of process of elevation following the quote of Dante in Paradiso, that the essence of life is that you rise. But more time I was spending on the lake, I became aware of the weirdness of the lake, of the uncanniness of that place, and because the certain light and the uncanniness came of the fact of the surface of the lake, which is of course a surface of reflection. The sky is into the water, and the water is in the sky, and the earth is like on the water, and everything was reflecting everything. And it really was a really strange and multi-layered time-space opening up there, and also a dissolution of reality and fiction. What is reality? What is fiction? Dissoluted. And also came with that the invasive power of dreams, real dreams, and dreams also in the book. Just for that, one would go there. One can see into the trunks, the root section, a disconnected head. The water is only found in semi-precious stones, cracked open calcite, on which increasingly dark green leaves. Around it, the earth, resting like a shorn animal skill, so tangible and delicate. Above it, the sky of lead, as a still flexible colossus, malleable but not for long. The lake is cooler now, the green grimmer as the temperature. An aluminium furious lid. This is the doll talking. The Lake Constance is a famous place for puppet theater. And in the city of Lindo, one of the historical cities, there is an important puppet theater, and the doll is a puppet who is also one of the voices carrying poems. It's also the uncanniness of the forests everywhere. It's a very green region, a landscape also with a complex history. The uncanniness of the unsettling experience of the whispering of the leaves, the running of the streams, and into the or connecting the vegetation with the earth and with the sky. Of restored villages, restored abbeys, but also there what struck me was the strangeness of everything, of the Baroque churches, the art of pine, Baroque into specific, clearly the Alpine Baroque, that is, it's completely stucco. It's the art of the stucco. It's all false, but it's so well done. The illusion is so incredible that it looks like real. So, and that is called the art of sparkle. So the art of sparkle also created so here you see, for example, one of the pictures I took during my field work in the Birnau Abbey Church, this is what you see. It's absolutely stunning, but completely false. It's completely an art of illusion. And of course, you can understand the unsettling experience, what you see there, and how then later on it had an impact on the text I made. For example, here is the text. The soul is talking here at the altar of Mary in one of the Baroque churches. No, surely not. Mater Dolorosa, freely modeled and yet austere, polished, veined, so radiant, so painful, so sculpture and so furniture, so mirror, so stove to warm your soul, provided that the sun shines through the stained glass windows, so expressive and homely, so outward, so one in all and everything. I just take an excerpt to see what kind of texts came out of that. So I think what was important in this project was really to formulate my experience of a radical alternative. You see there, it's a lake of shores, it's a lake of towns, it's a lake of fortresses, it's a lake of Rundweg, that was the path leading all around the lake. And the point was, I was like in a position of radical alterity. I was the shore, and the shore was me. I was the fortress, and the fortress was me. And that experience of radical alterity is the experience of what one calls the weird, and especially new weird literature, and that is what I want to make. The new weird literature emerges in an unsettling world and is integrating that unsettling experience. In my case, the poem tries to translate radical alterity in connection, where all matter is connection with all kind of matter, and that was also the unsettling experience. And also what was important was the experience of multi-layered time. Multi-layered time is the time that the one who is being there and making the project, in this case myself, is not only aware of actual time, time of the soul and time of the heart, all coming together. And my reading of Eliot, the four quartets, also give me matter to reflect on that. Kind time present and time past are both perhaps present in time future, and time future contained in time past. So what we have here is the experience of fluid time, where presence, the present, the future, and the past are flowing constantly, but in different ways through each other and in each other. And it was that kind of very uncanny experience that was like, specific of my experience there, and led me to a kind of dissolution time, time in which the subject didn't exist anymore. That is also the reason why the book is carried by 40 voices, the voices of the lake and the instances around the lake itself, because in fact the subject didn't exist anymore. The subject is everywhere, is through all those different voices, and the main character, in fact, of the book is the lake itself. The lake is the subject. So I'm coming here to the end of it, plus minus. Even if my point of departure here was a lot of field work, a lot of gathering all kind of information, visual information, the gaze I had while staying and working there was kind of resisting to the factual information and retranslating it in a whole other. So the factual information was retranslated in a more supernatural, hybrid, visceral and transgressive reality. It's like I came into, it's a lake of dreams. This is the palace painting. All those elements influenced my writing. Yeah, this was a reflection of one of the ceilings. Yeah, Lake of Dreams, auras, love. This is the too completely infused by its reality, and is in fact literature, the Gothic literature of phantoms. There is a kind of how do I say that? In fact, peur in English. Yes, there is a fear in the old weird. There is a fear from the uncanniness, but in the new weird literature, it's just the opposite. There is like an abandonment to the uncanniness, and this is what I felt. I felt a completely abandonment with fascination and delight to that uncanniness. And that led for myself to rebirth, to a like of fate transformation, and put into my work motifs, topoi, like metamorphosis, poems of rebirth, situations of hybridization of all matter, contamination of all matter. I also use a lot of words like infusion, perfusion. And on the formal level, of course, what I try to produce, it's also something dissoluted, is the abolition of literary genres, because the book is and poetry and prose, and in fact it's written for opera. I hope I will find someone or a collective that could stage theater. The integration and the intensive working with metatextual elements of the books I talked to you about, but also I was David, to very briefly the form skin, phrase, and sections. All elements come together. Skin, phrase, and sections. All elements come together, and in the writing, scene or stage of perfusion, and in the writing, scene or stage of perfusion. So I will the master book, 400 pages during this 5-year kind of in which there's a contemporary literature course. And for example, the thought books from this year and the past years, theory books, Calvino and Delano, Exology, Virginia Woolf, Micro Macrocosmos and the Waves, so on. I addressed in my artistic research of by destruction, but by the intention to return to beauty and what would mean love today. The importance of rerouting, higher awareness of time, the main point, nothing remains the same, as said Heraclitus. But also on the methodological level, this is my last picture, on the methodological level, I try to guide the student revelation in a book of the art, to create an order in a book of the art, to create an order, a certain control, which is mainly in my case, of course, by perception. In my case, of course, by perception that tries finally to construct a vision, because there's still a difference. Because there's still a difference between perception and a vision. It's between perception and a vision. The real stress is I spoke, and it's just good. I spoke. and it's just good. Okay, thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, there's a thanks. Okay, there's a slight change. Okay, there's a thanks. Okay, there's a slight change. The room by two. So that's why I urge you to eat quick or the planned begin morning interventions, and there will be a final discussion at the end of the afternoon. All right? Okay, great. Thank you. At the end of the afternoon. All right? Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, we start again. Ripartiamo with a little discussion with the things that were our colleagues of this morning. So Elke, Delphine, Aurélie, and Henk, and perhaps Fabien, if you want to say something together with Aurélie. And I just wanted to say something. There's now a meeting in this room right behind where we had lunch. So I would ask you not to cross in that direction, not to disturb the meeting. So the coffee break at 4 will be, you will have to go through this door here at my right, okay? And on the other side, you will find the coffee break exactly as this morning.
No.
Sorry about that. So,
Tutte le strade portano al coffee break. I can't translate that. Okay, if I may have the 4 speakers of the morning here with me to receive some questions if they are, and briefly summarize. We will take like 15, 20 minutes if there are questions for the speakers. We will be all very close. I'm sorry for that. Yeah, if you don't mind. Okay. We can also share the microphone if you want. Thank you. Okay, so we will take these 15/20 minutes to discuss if there are questions regarding the talks of the morning, curiosities. Yeah, you can sit around me. Okay, just to break ice. Yeah, there is room. There is another chair if you don't want to sit. Okay. Okay, there are some questions. Okay, we will bring you a microphone, Julia.
Thank you so much. It was really interesting to hear all your contribution. I have a curiosity or a question, especially to Delphine. I'm very interested in this concept of shareability because I really think that it opens a critical point in our work of research creation, because of course our aim is to, let's say, fight this idea of authorship and to work with shared methodologies. But at the same time, our work comes from, let's say, a deep and also tiring process of research. Every one of us has her or his own background. So sometimes it could be also painful to, how to say, to imagine, to share a methodology, for example, a workshop practice that comes from lots of work. And I really would like to question this, especially in a world where it's so difficult to, economically speaking, to live from our work of art and methodologies, how we can imagine some strategies to stay in with this trouble.
Well, thank you very much for your question and for focusing on this question of shareability, which I think is central to these approaches of artistic research, has been shown actually in all our intervention from this morning and from different perspectives. Maybe I just say 2 points and you can also react to this. First, I find it interesting that you mentioned that it is a challenge to address shareability and to embed it in the practice. And in my presentation, what I mentioned is that when I was addressing my artistic practice in a more, I would say, conventional way of exhibiting practice, I think this question of shareability was not central to how I approach my practice. The shareability came kind of late in the process, and sharing the artwork or sharing what had been produced as a result of the process. And addressing the artistic practice as research, it really shifts the approach and leads to questioning and addressing this challenge of shareability from inside the practice itself. And as you say, it's not easy. It's also a struggle, and it's also something where there is not one definite answer. And I think that the shareability is something which has to be negotiated at different levels and the different dimensions of the process. So it's kind of an open territory of exploration also, and experimentation. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Maybe you want to?
Maybe I just want to say about that, because this is effectively a question that is often coming up for artists, working artists, but I think there has to be a kind of generosity in sharing. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that when someone shares his or her artistic methodology, the person who will read that or who will read it, who will I don't find my words. Who will receive it, who will receive the contents and the forms, never is established at the same position as the artist himself. So the things in reality can never be copied. The person who is receiving that is seeing, of course, here and there some interesting concepts, processes, but of course one who is creating is always creating in his own conditions, by his own knowledge, by his own formation also. And yes, in that sense, I don't think one has to fear sharing.
Yes, coming from it, just as a provocation now, we are quite used to the idea of the modern artist as a sort of genius, no? Like Pollock, the hero. And on the other side, we are also very used to some patriarchal figure in the academic field, like the one who funded a department, and so on and so forth. Do you think that research creation can be a sort of antidote to these only presence of this uniqueness, or not? I mean, how do you envisage that? How do you position yourself within and outside institution, within and outside museums and exhibitions? How does enter the artistic research within the academic world and the exhibiting world? I don't know if I made myself clear.
I think it's not an antidote, but it's a pathway that could be, that we can take, for sure. But antidote is to opposite in a way, so, but a pathway.
If I could say something, I could say that the interesting thing, it's making research and creation, it's not exactly make an exhibition of art, it's make an exhibition of process, and make an exhibition of what students at different level of knowledge, different level of experience produce. And that it's really different, so it's not the same energy, it's not the same, it's not so slow than the institution and than what produce institution. So at that time, at that moment, there is something new for us in research and creation. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can add something to what has already been said, but I think, first of all, sharing is fundamental to research in the arts. So it is a distinctive quality of artistic research in opposition to art practice in itself. You don't have to share if you're just producing work, but you make yourself, while sharing, also very vulnerable. So it's an issue there. It has also a relation with copyright and so on. So the thing is that how to create a safe space for sharing. And here institutions play a vital role. Art institutions, art academies, universities, and funding agencies, which could create such a safe space for sharing your work. But the first principle is that sharing, because it's part and parcel of doing research, that you open yourself for critique from others, from outside. And indeed, you're the owner of your own research, you know best what's at stake, but to open up for others that they have the possibility to ask questions. So asking questions is part and parcel of doing research. And if that means that you have to open yourself and make yourself vulnerable to critique, that belongs to doing artistic research, I think.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, maybe another complementary point that I would like to add to this is the notion of thinking with and practicing with, which really, when it is carried through like fully, that means also that you open yourself to shifting your own subject position, or you open yourself to alterity, you open yourself to engaging with relationalities which also affect you and affect your own position in a way that it does not remain the same. And I think that's a dimension which is also very central to these processes where sharing is at the core of the practice. And that's also work, I would say. That's something which needs to be trained and engaged and reflected and needs lots of care and attention for what is at stake there. Yeah.
I have myself a question, perhaps. Oh, please go ahead. No, first. No.
Thank you so much for all of you, all of your presentation, very inspiring. I would propose a different perspective on rethinking discursivity, rethinking institutions and academies, and to join a concept of rethinking disciplines. I saw in this last 30 years, I'm a musician, so musical disciplines, fighting against artistic research, sometimes dialoguing, sometimes being in silence. But in these 30 years, for example, historical musicology changed, and changed in fighting or dialoguing with artistic research. So in a less on more level, the other disciplines are changing, are rethinking the limit, the boundaries in this dialogue with artistic research. I think this is not only a music problem, but this is something that is important, that is running in this year. I'm launching a reflection.
Yes, does any one of you want to start? Yeah.
I'm not sure if there was a question in your description, but maybe I misunderstood. When you talk about the other disciplines, for instance, musicology or art history for that matter, were you saying that they are changing? Is that what you mean? Yes, that's true. Yes, yeah. Now, yeah.
Theory in music, they are changing.
Yes.
Yes.
So we are from the same background. I'm also from music way back. So the thing with music and with conservatories specifically is that they are conservative. So it takes a while before they are there. And then it depends mostly not on staff because they are conservative. You should focus on students. So they will make things happen. Not the university professors like me or others, because they are more than conservative, you might say. So, but bottom up, and I see also an approachment from the research university side, so musicology. There are new tendencies within musicology, for instance, cultural musicology, but also the research into technology and music. Think about the artificial intelligence and music and the music retrieval and stuff like that. All kinds of advanced new developments within the research universities, which are akin to new developments within the conservatoires, because they are not only focusing anymore on classical and romantic music, but there are jazz departments, there are contemporary compositions, there was world music. So also there things are changing. The thing is that we have to see how can we align those two worlds, and there's work to be done there. But it's, I think, mainly done bottom up through students or young professors.
Two things which come to my mind in reaction to your point. First is that actually disciplines, as we know them, they are the product of a history. They have not always been there, constituted the way that we know them. But institutions, often, they are there to make us forget that disciplines are constituted as we know them in the course of time. And the challenge is how can we, in these structures, bring some movement and some dynamic in order to engage disciplines as something which is fluid and which is flexible and which can evolve and which is in process. And just as testimony, I'm teaching in a master program, Transdisciplinary Studies in the Arts, where we are working with students who come from different backgrounds, from architecture to visual arts, photography, but also economics sometimes. And that's such challenging, but also a great opportunity through encounter and friction and tensions, challenge each other and kind of put light on what we are blind, what we don't see, which constitute these kind of frames in which we operate without being aware of them. And it's been there for a long time at the institution where I'm teaching, and now it's put into question. So I think today, these kind of transversal approaches and transdisciplinary approaches, it's something which is so important to fight for, because it's also negotiating differences and building community of practitioners which make room for differences. And that's, I think, is something which is very much needed nowadays, yeah.
Just a short example of what is happening in the institutions where I am working, where that discussion is also there. I think one of the important things I noticed, for example, the last 2 years, is that there are two kind of spaces that are shaped. One space, kind of spaces they create in the schools for transgressing boundaries between theoreticians and between more practitioners, art practitioners, even if theory is considered as a practice-based art. And the art practice is considered in a link with theory, but that there are spaces created where the boundaries can be permeated, working together in those spaces, for example, for projects together, or even modulus of people working together on specific problematics from different disciplines, but also spaces where the boundaries can be defended. Where one is working into one's own space. That is important too, because sharing is an important thing, but not sharing. I mean, going into the deep of one's own vision, working in a dynamic between spaces where boundaries are, on the one hand, defended, and on the other hand, are permeated, is, for me, an important dynamics that, which are really, really different.
Okay, so our time for question is almost up. If there is just one final one, if not, we...
Anna Maria mentioned before, proposed by Henk. I was thinking, because it was very interesting to hear Henk and then Aurélie speaking about how another kind of discursivity with images that was not accepted also in some academic framework, And I was thinking, of course I was thinking that, for those who know me, that poetry, and I think we saw it with Delphine and Elke, can be a pivot in terms of another kind of discursivity that is based upon language, still based on language, but on a completely different kind of approach to language. So I think it can be really the connection between the verbal and the non-verbal in that sense. I don't know if you agree with this remark.
Yes, of course. I left that out. I knew you were in that area. But you're completely right. I make a strong opposition, of course, between, say, the verbal way of doing things and the non-verbal way. And I make a plea that discursivity is also to be found in the way we use images and videos and other stuff, which is non-representational and non-linguistic. But you're right, of course, the whole idea, and it was mentioned before, that special interest group from Society for Artistic Research on language-based artistic research, there is a whole area there in which it is tested out how to convey knowledge and understanding through the use of language without being representational. And you're completely right. This is a very fruitful, and I know you do wonderful work in that area.
With this question of the non-representational also, it's very important to mention it, I think, Let's want to react.
No. Okay, so thank you again a lot for your generosity in sharing your personal vision and this roundtable moment. And if we are all ready, I think we can start with the program of the afternoon. Thanks again. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, there is a change.
Thank you.
Table. It's already opened the microphone, so it should work. So welcome to the second session. Finally, we meet Vincent, that we postponed from the morning. Vincent Siciliato is a multimedia artist and professor of digital arts at the Jean Monnet University in Saint-Étienne. He is the founder and co-editor of the master's program in contemporary creation and new technology at the Jean Monnet University. His work explores various forms of digital creation, such as video installation, interactivity, visual reality simulation, sound art, while also venturing into the more traditional fields such as drawing, creation, miniature spaces. I will not take any further time and I leave you the stage. Thank you again.
Thank you. Bonjour, buongiorno e hello. Volevo scusarmi perché il mio inglese, essendo veramente drammatico nella comprensione, nel parlare, farò un esercizio che è quello di fare la comunicazione in italiano. E quindi ecco, comincio. Quindi buongiorno a tutti e a tutti. Vorrei innanzitutto ringraziare l'insieme degli organizzatori e organizzatrici di questo convegno e per la loro professionalità e la loro calorosa accoglienza. Prima di iniziare la mia presentazione vorrei accennare rapidamente alcuni punti riguardo il mio percorso e la mia attività attuale. Mi sembra che questi elementi possano contestualizzare quanto segue. Come può essere notato, il mio background è piuttosto universitario, quindi non sono originario di una scuola di belle arti e altro all'origine, quindi nella disciplina dei fine arts o arte plastica, come si dice in francese. Questo è un punto abbastanza caratteristico finalmente e distintivo del sistema universitario francese che dal 1968 già ha implicato finalmente un'attività di insegnamento unendo pratica del fare e riflessione teorica con le prime tesi che potremmo oggi chiamare in ricerca e creazione all'inizio degli anni 1980. Quindi c'è una, tra virgolette, metodologia che è già innescata negli anni 68 a Vincennes e a Paris 1 e poi si è sviluppato in tutta la Francia. Anche in Francia da percorsi non universitari come il post-diploma ARI, attualmente ENSAD Lab, e il Frénois dal 2010-2012, dove ho prodotto il primo lavoro che vi presenterò. Realizzazioni più o meno recenti, attingendo a diversi contesti scientifici e accademici, nonché a specifici ambienti anche creativi. Descriverò le ipotesi di ricerca anche e le aree tematiche che ogni opera ha generato, accennando brevemente l'approccio metodologico, finalmente, che ho adottato per iscriverle in contesti di analisi scientifica e accademica. Quindi il primo lavoro è Tempo scaduto, qui presentato, un'installazione video realizzata nel 2012, quindi al Frénois Studio National des Arts Contemporains. Vi mostro un piccolo teaser. Per andare più veloce, quindi il progetto risulta da una collaborazione tra il Frénois e il team di ricerca informatico MINT dell'Università di Lille 1. Inside Inc. è la casa di produzione Honeymoon Cinema e Restauro di Palermo. Il suo metodo operativo è ispirato quindi dai giochi video degli anni 80 di tipo shoot 'em up o più specificamente i light gun shooters. L'interazione si basa su 3 gesti semplici, quindi mirare, armare e sparare, in direzione delle scene rappresentate e dei personaggi in esse contenuti. Questo è effettuato quindi senza un'interfaccia intermedia, utilizzando quindi solo i gesti delle mani. A questo primo livello iniziale di partecipazione, apparentemente ludico, c'è un secondo tempo, quello dell'accedere in video, finalmente, verso i video, ispirati da eventi documentaristici. Il contesto è quello della seconda guerra di mafia siciliana, come la definisce anche Saverio Lodato, sviluppatasi tra gli anni 80 e 90, come sapete, e un territorio che rappresenta anche quello della mia infanzia, territorio di cui sono partito nel 92, nel periodo dell'uccisione, come sapete, di Giovanni Falcone e Paolo Borsellino. Quindi un territorio che per me era anche un territorio di gioco e che scoprivo in questo contesto. Quindi la brutalità dell'atto rappresentato in tempo scaduto, così come la sua assurda banalità, consente allo spettatore di accedere a ricostruzioni video che descrivono gli ultimi istanti di persone che hanno lottato, che sono state colpite dalla mafia, come Pietro Patti, l'imprenditore, o l'agente di polizia Calogero Zucchetto, o l'undicenne Claudio Domino, che è stato ucciso a pochi passi da casa mia, nel quartiere San Lorenzo di Palermo. Quindi l'ipotetica ricerca di un buon bersaglio, finalmente, l'unico che consente veramente di accedere al supporto documentario, si traduce in una continua cancellazione di figure come vignette finalmente ritagliate, estratte da un decoro a cui non appartengono più. Il secondo lavoro che voglio presentarvi è Discursive Immanence, immanenza discorsiva, un ritratto interattivo realizzato nel 2018. Per motivi di tempo, ancora una volta, parlerò ho tolto il volume di questo video. Quindi l'installazione mette in scena Immanence o immanenza, personaggio oracolare, enigmatico e transindividuale, con cui lo spettatore è invitato a comunicare attraverso un dispositivo di interfaccia che ne analizza la voce. Grazie a un sistema di riconoscimento vocale piuttosto arcaico, rudimentale, le parole dello spettatore vengono catturate e creando una situazione dialogica tra lui e il personaggio sullo schermo, un contesto, per riprendere la terminologia di Jacobson, che favorisce la copresenza, la collocuzione o, come direbbe anche Benveniste, una messa in azione del discorso. L'opacità del dispositivo rende impossibile sapere se stiamo interagendo o no con un'autentica intelligenza artificiale. Questo del resto non è molto importante. Ciò che conta è l'esperienza di una discorsività possibile che emana da uno sforzo condiviso, in quelque sorte, per stabilire connessioni simboliche e significative. Così che, come Yves Citon indica, nel suo articolo L'attenzione congiunta, l'attenzione può circolare bidirezionalmente tra le due parti, nel nostro caso una reale e una simulata. Possiamo anche tracciare paralleli, e questo servirà per la seconda parte, con attributi di opere rinascimentali sull'idea finalmente della questione del ritratto, sulla sua natura quasi pittorica. Dei ritratti che finalmente si strutturano ugualmente sul prolungamento dello spazio spettatoriale e quello del contenuto della rappresentazione. Qua cito, indico quindi Antonello da Messina o Quentin Metzis, finalmente, che giocano alla volta sulla verticalità, sulla copresenza tra lo spettatore e la rappresentazione, ma anche sul livello di incastronatura, di trompe-l'œil, prodotta dal sistema di avambracci che sono sovrapposti finalmente su questi spazi. La testa essendo anche lui il punto centrale finalmente di questa copresenza. Ma possiamo prolungare più come dire, in opere più recenti come Le Courchaine con Portrait One del 92 o anche Oscar di Catherine Icahn e Louis Fleury del 2005, che giocano su questa frontalità e di questo fare assieme un sistema discorsivo. Prendo un po' d'acqua. Allora, ora vi presenterò due lavori in realtà virtuale, realizzati loro più o meno recenti, realizzati con due compositori di musica elettronica e elettroacustica, Christophe Havel e Juan Arroyo, che hanno lavorato su questi due lavori, e vi spiegherò più precisamente. Quindi questo lavoro si chiama Il canto dei suicidi, è un'opera musicale e visiva in realtà virtuale, creata, come detto precedentemente, con il compositore Christophe Havel, finalizzata nel 2020. Il lavoro fa parte di un progetto più globale che si chiama Immersion Dante, o Immersione Dante, una raccolta di opere immersive in realtà virtuale avviata dal Centro di Creazione e Produzione Arzoit di Valenciennes. Il progetto è stato guidato nel 2017 dal compositore Gérard Urbet, che era direttore artistico quindi di Arzoid fino alla sua morte nel 2018. Le opere prodotte sono state, come il nome lo indica, quindi prodotte a partire dall'universo drammaturgico e poetico della Divina Commedia di Dante Alighieri. Forse meglio, grazie. Solo che non arrivo più a leggere. No, vabbè, meglio rimettere la luce. Dai. Mi mancano gli occhiali, quindi è l'età. Grazie. I media sono sul sito, se vi interessa potete vederli. C'è anche la versione in 360, quindi potete navigare all'interno. È una versione normalmente per casco VR, ma allora c'è un altro suono, vabbè. Quindi il progetto trae ispirazione quindi dal canto 13 dell'Inferno della Divina Commedia e ne offre una libera interpretazione. La narrazione originale ci racconta, come sapete, che le anime dei suicidi vengono precipitate all'inferno, reincarnandosi in alberi e sono condannati a questa eterna immobilità e a essere mangiati quindi finalmente dalle arpie. La realizzazione è stata fatta con Unreal Engine, che è un motore di produzione per giochi video. Qua, Gustave Doré. Allora, il quadro complessivo è costituito da un'area a terra circondata da una foresta. La foresta definisce finalmente i confini spaziali dell'opera. Il suo aspetto è quello di un plastico, di una maquette, di un diorama, dove i limiti fisici dello spazio costituiscono anche i limiti del mondo messo in scena. Alla maniera finalmente di, forse conoscete i rilievi, come dire, come si chiamano? I plastici in rilievo, che sono micromondi, come qua ne vediamo uno del Museo delle Belle Arti di Lille. Un altro lavoro, sempre in realtà virtuale, il secondo quindi e ultimo lavoro della mia presentazione. Vi mostro prima questo. Quindi si tratta di un adattamento scenografico in realtà virtuale dell'omonimo brano del compositore Juan Arroyo, che si chiama Savia, saggio in spagnolo, che è un requiem per la natura non liturgico creato nel 2019. esplori il rapporto conflittuale tra natura e umanità. Il progetto assume la forma di un ambiente audiovisivo tridimensionale simulato. Vi mostro rapidamente anche il teaser. Allora, il progetto assume la forma di un ambiente quindi audiovisivo tridimensionale. Lo spettatore si trova come in un videogame all'interno di una baia mostruosa. Gli strumentisti sono posizionati in vari punti all'interno di uno spazio che fonde architettura post-industriale e gigantismo naturale. Lo spettatore quindi può muoversi liberamente nello spazio, modificando quindi la sua propria posizione d'ascolto e di conseguenza la propria percezione della composizione musicale spazializzata. Ogni strumento, ogni strumentista è collocato all'interno di un paesaggio sonoro virtualizzato. La loro presenza complessiva nell'ambiente scenico risponde quindi a una spazializzazione sonora e dinamica. La loro presenza complessiva, quindi se ci avviciniamo dei personaggi, quindi se ci allontaniamo, il mix si fa in tempo reale. Qua vediamo delle strutture architettoniche che sono state scannerizzate, non scannate, scusate, in una cittadina che si chiama Thiers, accanto a Clermont-Ferrand, che è una cittadina post-industriale che ora è riabilitata con un centro d'arte che si chiama il Creux de l'Enfer, molto interessante. Allora, il palcoscenico è circondato da edifici industriali, in gran parte quindi abbandonati. Questo effetto di incastonatura e l'uso di imponenti confini rocciosi riprende finalmente il caratteristico effetto rocaille rincontrato nelle miniature del barocco meridionale italiano e siciliano. Riprendo qua la terminologia di questo libro veramente appassionante, Mondi in miniatura, le scene artistiche nella Sicilia del Settecento, Santina Grasso e Maria Concetta Giulisano. Non è più, l'ho a casa, ma non l'ho portato qua. Quindi che descrive tutto il lavoro di ceroplastica dal barocco, anche dal Rinascimento fino ad oggi. Quello che mi permette di passare mi restano 5-10 minuti forse, alla seconda parte, che sarà un po' più rapida, che riguarda quindi gli assi di ricerca e la metodologia di ricerca e creazione a partire finalmente di questa produzione in atelier, in laboratorio artistico. Quindi vorrei concludere la mia presentazione condividendo con voi il metodo con il quale questa attività artistica finalmente trova sbocchi in problematiche di ricerca specifiche, problematiche che innesca in gran parte, cioè il lavoro artistico lo innesca, come abbiamo visto stamattina nelle presentazioni appassionanti che ci sono state stamattina, ma da cui trae ugualmente sostegno riflessivo. L'abbiamo visto anche stamattina, cioè la teoria alimenta anche la ricerca artistica. Quindi qua faccio un percorso rapido degli assi di ricerca, finalmente, campi concettuali emersi per ogni progetto. le cito rapidamente, quindi per tempo scaduto la questione del gesto interattivo e intenzionalità, dispositivo interattivo e accesso documentario, scene, microazioni, vignettatura corporea, scenografia di spazi digitali e spazi compositi. Per il secondo, discorsivi immanence, ritratto composito, visageité, delose Gattari e nuove tecnologie, ritratto interattivo, discorsività, storia del ritratto e della sua scenografia. Il canto dei suicidi e Sabbia Vierre, altri assi terminologici, cioè scenografia di mondi virtuali, spazializzazione sonora e musicale in spazi virtuali, punto di ascolto, punto di vista dello spettatore in mondi virtuali e spazi in miniatura. E a destra finalmente un condensato degli assi tematici che hanno permesso un'esplorazione teorica multipla e sotto forma di pubblicazioni di articoli, redazioni e pubblicazioni di volumi curati, organizzazioni di seminari e convegni e varie attività di divulgazione teorica. Riprenderò rapidamente sui minuti che restano, quindi ognuno di questi 5 assi per farvi vedere finalmente la volgarizzazione scientifica che ha dato luogo. Per gesto interattivo e intenzionalità, quindi parto da tempo scaduto, alla differenza dei lavori successivi, finalmente il lavoro di esplorazione scientifica è stata inizialmente intrapresa dal gruppo di ricerca con cui ho lavorato, cioè MINT e FOX, il laboratorio di informatica applicata dell'Università di Lille, che ha collaborato per la produzione quindi del lavoro. Come indicato precedentemente, questi team sono specializzati nell'interazione gestuale a distanza. Il loro obiettivo era all'epoca, quindi con queste collaborazioni col Frenois, di promuovere specifici strumenti di analisi algoritmici nel contesto di utilizzazioni originali. In questo caso specifico, quelli di un'opera d'arte con specifiche intenzioni estetiche. Queste intenzioni hanno permesso loro di adattare strumenti preesistenti, trovando nuovi contesti applicativi. Da parte mia ho trovato una soluzione tecnica, finalmente, per rispondere a un'esigenza estetica singolare. I risultati sono stati diffusi tramite produzione di articoli specializzati, tra cui quindi questa tesi di Johan Marius Bilasco, che era del team piuttosto Fox, che ha fatto una tesi, qua non è una tesi, è un'abilitazione dirigée de recherche per essere non più maître de conférence, ma professore, cioè seguire delle tesi. Altre pubblicazioni piuttosto personali di ricerca sono nati di queste problematiche. Vi do questo opus Immagini interattive di Jean-Paul Fourmontrot, che lavora molto sulla ricerca e creazione nell'ambito degli arti tecnologico, nel cui ho scritto un articolo su tempo scaduto, ma sul mio sguardo piuttosto di artista e non di ricercatore. Il secondo asso, dispositivi digitali interattivi, accesso documentario e memoria tecnologica. Quindi qua si tratta di questa idea finalmente che Bernard Stiegler, il filosofo dei media, parla ritenzione o finitezza ritenzionale, cioè il fatto di fissare quello che non può essere fissato, quello che Paul Virilio chiama anche l'accidente del tempo. Questo rapporto con l'accidente, finalmente, con l'inevitabile cancellazione, ma anche con una certa necessità di ritenzione, è il proprio del dispositivo tempo scaduto, finalmente, aprendo ugualmente una riflessione su certe caratteristiche delle opere digitali, nella loro modalità di accessi ai contenuti informativi e più specificamente qua nei contenuti documentari. Questo tipo di questione sono state sviluppate quindi collettivamente durante il simposio Collecter, cataloguer, cartografier, collezionare, mappare, catalogare e mappare nel 2014, in cui l'obiettivo era di discutere finalmente le dinamiche singolari che emergono, di questi sistemi di registrazione e di accesso, con una pubblicazione a éclat che ho curato, che si chiama Art e pratiche dell'archivio digitale, con molti articoli di artisti e ricercatori e ricercatrici. Passo rapidamente se mi resta ancora un po' di tempo. Ritratto e tecnologie elettrodigitali, la produzione di discursive menace, quindi questo è il ritratto interattivo, così come altre ricerche precedenti, ha suscitato diversi interrogativi sulla modalità di esistenza del volto, dell'idea di visagité, come lo definiscono Deleuze e Guattari, ma anche la faccia, la face, come lo indica Hans Belting, confrontato quindi all'apparato tecnico e tecnologico, elettronico e digitale. Tutte queste questioni e variazioni tematiche sono state interrogate finalmente nel simposio. Allora, che ho detto? Ah no, ho fatto un errore. Quindi questa è la fiche del visage à contrainte, quindi su questo legame di vincolo tecnologico sull'idea del viso, che è stato quindi organizzato nel 2017, che ha dato luogo a un'altra pubblicazione online nella rivista Art Critique, che ha fatto un dossier con l'insieme degli articoli, ma rivisti e riattualizzati, quindi del simposio. Ecco, Art Critique, questo è uscito quest'estate. Quasi finiamo, il penultimo punto. Spazializzazione sonora e musicali negli spazi virtuali. Questo penultimo punto nasce dal mio recente lavoro quindi su gli spazi virtuali, legata alla mia collaborazione quindi con Christophe Havel e Juan Arroyo. Nel 2020 ho ricevuto un finanziamento dell'Università di Lyon e di Saint-Étienne per il progetto intitolato Mondi spazializzati, composizione e spazializzazione sonore in ambiti di realtà virtuale. L'obiettivo era quello di esaminare finalmente a livello sperimentale e teorico e attraverso un'analisi collettiva le caratteristiche specifiche degli ambienti quindi virtuali di simulazioni spesso dedicate alla sintesi di immagini nell'implementazione di strategie compositive e di spazializzazione sonore e musicali. Questo mi ha portato nel 2020 a codirigere, organizzare il convegno internazionale intitolato anch'esso Mondi spazializzati, composizione e spazializzazione sonora in ambienti di realtà virtuale, che sarà sicuramente aggiornato per una pubblicazione futura. Nello stesso anno queste questioni sono state introdotte e analizzate in questo esempio di Cahiers Lumière, una ricercatrice di Montpellier, e con un lavoro specifico che ho proposto su mondi virtuali e scrittura musicale, a proposito quindi di il cambiatura. Quest'ultimo asse riunisce in modo trasversale diversi sottotemi precedentemente menzionati, a sapere la vignatura corporea, spazi compositivi, mondi virtuali e spazi miniature, che ha dato luogo a un progetto di ricerca sul quale lavoro attualmente, che si intitola quindi Effetto miniature dalle pratiche di scala ridotte del XV secolo alla creazione elettrodigitali contemporanee. Il suo obiettivo è quello finalmente di studiare in modo comparativo e trasversale alcune pratiche tradizionali della miniaturizzazione, come le miniature votive dell'Italia meridionale, di cui ho parlato precedentemente, e delle pratiche artistiche digitali contemporanee, a partire di un'idea di un ipotetico effetto miniatura, riprendendo, che voi conoscete sicuramente, quindi il lavoro sull'effetto Pygmalion di Victor Stoicita, che ha pubblicato nella versione francese del 2008. La mia ipotesi quindi tenta di dimostrare finalmente una presenza transistorica del processo di miniaturizzazione di spazi e oggetti in diverse forme artistiche, quindi scultura, multimedia, eccetera. Quindi a livello ricettivo, formale e anche fenomenologico condiviso. L'obiettivo, essendo, e finirò qua, di discutere produzioni che a prima vista finalmente appaiono disparate, come da un lato le miniature barocche di Gaetano Zumbo, qui La Peste per esempio, le Diablerie di Louis Alfred Habert e François Benjamin Lamiche, qui a destra, di cui questo è estratto di un esempio del Museo del Cinema, la prima miniatura incastrata finalmente firmata del XV secolo, di Giovanni Jacopo Matenati. Quindi confrontarla a delle pratiche, per esempio del campo delle arti interattive, come quelle di Geoffrey Shaw, di Nicolas Clos, di Adrien e Clairbet. Queste corrispondenze sono inoltre supportate dalla condivisione di attributi formali come le forme vignettate, la natura composita degli spazi scenici, alcuni effetti tipici, come diverse ricerche sono state già introdotte, per esempio in questa pubblicazione ancora una volta di Claire Châtelet, sugli spazi virtuali questa volta, con un articolo Espace più anziano, di Rodolphe Ossès e Vincent Deville, letto miniatura, ricordandomi del presepe di mio nonno siciliano automatizzato, come questo presepe finalmente rinvia delle problematiche che ritroviamo nei giochi di arcade, cioè il fatto della scena fissa e dei corpi articolati. E per quanto riguarda ulteriori sviluppi artistici legati a queste tematiche, diversi lavori sto intraprendendo, cioè già delle produzioni che sono state realizzate. Qua c'è ILEM, che è un video incastrato, quindi una miniatura video che si chiama ILEM, è del 2024, dove è stata presentata au LAMB di Saint-Étienne, che conosci molto bene, e un altro lavoro che si chiama Tensioni opposte, che ha avuto diverse versioni anche incastrate, e dei lavori anche grafici. Il lavoro del disegno attualmente prende molta importanza, con finalmente diversi lavori grafici che esplorano anche l'idea di incastronatura, così come quella di rottura di scala, ma anche il corpo traumaturgico, spesso componente fondamentale dell'approccio di spazi di piccola scala come quelli che abbiamo appena osservato. Quindi concludo qua la mia discussione e vi ringrazio per l'attenzione.
Sì, grazie mille. Thank you, Vincent. Da ora in avanti Vincenzo per sempre nel mio cuore, dopo questo speech italiano. Well, we are incredibly on time. Please, I will be happy to welcome here Fabienne Vallos. Fabienne is a theorist, an art critic, a professor at the École Nationale Supérieure de Photographie in Arles and at the ESBA Talm. He coordinates the Centre de Recherche Art et Image and directs FIG Laboratory. His theoretical work focuses on developing a genealogy of the concept of interoperativity and on developing a critical philosophy of the work of art and consumption.
Exactly.
Fabienne, the stage is yours. You have the microphone.
Thank you so much, but I think I will use this one.
Yeah? You need the HDMI, maybe? Dov'è il cavo?
Ouais. Voilà. Il faut le mettre au fond et il faut le dire pour que tu vois. Voilà. Perfetto. Non si bien? C'est parfait? Oui, c'est parfait. Oui, oui, c'est le schifo. C'est parfait. Grazie. Buongiorno a tutte e tutti. Devo ringraziare Alessandro per questo e devo ringraziare tutto e tutti per l'organizzazione di questo convegno all'Accademia Albertina. So I will do this in English, so I want to apologize for my absolutely full English, but it's your fault. I would prefer to do this in another language, but I will do this in English. So the thing is, this morning you could listen the presentation of Aurélie. Aurélie made a presentation of the project we did in different cities in Switzerland and in France about Vue et Données, this large research and creation project with 2 universities, 2 art schools, this one of Geneva and this one of Arles, where I teach. And this afternoon I want to do something different, because in fact I received your 2 glossaries, and I think the idea it could be better, because this morning you listen, Aurélie, it could be more better than I could do for you another glossary and to present some other concept on research and creation. So this is all the concept I select. There is 20 concepts, and I will try to do an interpretation, a commentary of each what could be research and creation. So I use different things, because I read the first glossary did by Giuseppina De Marco and Laurent Miletto, and then the glossary made by Alessandro De Francesco. So I read these and I make some other propositions. So sometimes I'm absolutely not agree with what you said. So I think it could propose some other dialectical things. So I will present different things, and we could discuss tomorrow on everything. First, the question of theory and the question of theoretical. The first thing I would say is, in research and creation, I think that theory, it's not related with the question of contemplation, but it's related to something else. And I think it's to interpret the concept of theory, we need to think 3 objects based on the Greek philosophy, and these 3 objects is theoria, which means theory, then it's taoma, which means a kind of surprise of what happens in the world, and this is really important to understand all the things. And the third object is theatron, in English, and theatre in French, and teatro in Italiano. And theatron in Greek is the question of you need to produce an image of what you, this is the first thing really important I need to say to conceptualize the problem of theory. So first is the idea of make an interpretation of the excess of what is given to seen. Second thing, it's the representation of what you have been seen, you have been given to be seen, and it's the question of the theater. And then is the theory of the interpretation of seeing. So this is the first level of the interpretation of what is theory. And it's very important, because I think it's the beginning, it's the liminar of the object of what you use in research and creation. The second thing I want to say about theory, it's not enough, because the thing we need is to imagine the production of theory. The production of theory, it was we call in English a theorem, of teorema in Italian or theorem in French, and it's related with many objects we produce, and I could give 2 examples and 2 objects for that. The first thing is the movie produced by Pasolini in 1968, which is called Teorema, and the second object is 1 year after, in 1969, the object produced by Laurence Wiener, which is called Statement. You observe something in the world, and then you produce a statement. You produce an image or something related of what you have seen on the world. So this is the first object. It's the object of theory. Second object, we could talk about that during hours and hours, because it's probably one of the most important objects. So if I can't make a conclusion of theory, it's thinking what it's meaning seen, to seen, then the question of the observation, and then the question of the spectacle. It means the image you produce of the thinking of what you've seen. Second object, the question of knowledge. Well, knowledge, I think it's very important, because knowledge is the result of theorem and statement. You produce first theorem, you produce statement, and the result of both, it's what we call knowledge. The thing we need to know, it's recognize something, recognize it's distinguish something, and distinguish is to grasp difference. Difference is the most important thing we need to produce research. Difference is the first object you need to create research and to produce what we call research. Why? Because the most important of that, it's very difficult to say that because in English, it's not precisely existing. It's existing in French, and it's the difference between, in French, the verb of savoir and the verb of connaître. In Italiano, it's not really existing. It's conoscenza, for the two concepts, it's pareil. Ah non, c'est sapere, exact. In Italiano, it's sapere e conoscenza. And in English, it's the same word, it's knowledge. But it's different because knowledge, sapere in Italiano, savoir in French, is related to something which what we call in Latin and what we use in the language. It's what we call the concept of producing universus. Unus versus, it means sapere, it's to producing something in direction of the unity of the concept. But the knowledge as connaissance or as conoscenza, it's really different because it's not based on universus, on universe, but it's based on diverse. It means it's based on something who conduct not to the unity, but to the impossibility of the unity. And this, it's probably another question really important for research and creation because we need precisely that, not to be conduct on the unity, but at the inverse, to be conduct of the possibility on the impossibility on the unity. This is the most important. So, in fact, what I want to say with the second point, it's knowledge, is exactly the process we need to not produce the unity of knowledge, but in the opposite, to produce the diversity of connaissance or conoscenza. Probably there is something in English for that, but I don't know the word precisely for that. Third concept, the concept of address. I'm not sure that is that in English. Address. So I will keep that. The address is a thing in research and creation because address is the question of two things. The first is the question of reception, what the Greek called aesthetics. The reception, it's what we produce on the spirit and on the body or something else. And this question is really important because it's impossible to produce research and creation if we don't imagine, if we don't think on this question of reception. So this is really, really important to understand this question. The second object is the question, I will talk about that later, is the question of co-actoriality. It means that one of the most important things from the modernity is to imagine that it's impossible to produce art alone. Art, it's a complex relation between somebody, a productor, and somebody, a spectator. And this relation, it's the absolute base on the idea of art and on the idea of research and creation. And the other project, the other question of that, because the address, there is another process used to think of what is address. It's an old concept. We worked a lot about that with Alessandro years and years ago. It was the concept of encomiastique in English. And this concept very strange because it was used for literature and for art. And encomiastique is the Greek word formed on the two words enkomos. It means the existence in the feast, in the banquet, on the table with the other people. So it's the question to improve directly the question of address and directly the question of the experience of the people in front of you in the creation, in the reception, in the experience of the object produced by the research. So it's really, really important. And the other thing, because I forgot to say that theory, I completely forgot in the first point, that theory in Greek, it's also mean feast and banquet. And this is very important. There is a link in between the question of theory and the question of address, because it's improved in the same question. 4, the question of research and creation. Alors, this is a little bit strange, but I just need to say something for me really important, that I think it's not the good word. We should not use research and creation. We should use something else. Now, this is very complex, but I will try to explain very shortly why there is a problem. The first problem is because research, it's for other thing. It's probably for the university, for a proper method linked with the university. And the second thing is because creation is the word linked in Latin with something absolutely different for the question of art. Creare, in Latin, it's used for two things. It's used for the operativity of the gods, and it's used for the growth of the living, animals or plants. And it's absolutely not linked with the question of creation linked with the art. So the problem with the creation is the metaphor. And the metaphor, it's really difficult because the metaphor, it's not precise to interpret the object and interpret the method of production. So I think, and it could be, we could talk about that tomorrow, I think it could be much better if we call that theory and work, theory and operativity, theory and art, theory and poetics, what you want, but something else that's recherche et création, because creation, it's a little bit too much linked with the problem of metaphor, and the concept, it's too difficult to understand. Fifth, question of content. Alors, this is for me probably the most important things for understood the question of research and creation. It must be distinguished from research in the classical sense and from creation in the archaic and conservative understanding as artistic and poetic activity. But the question, it's another thing. It's from the modernity, we produce a new way to interpret the question of content. The question, it's linked with the publication in 1915, a text from Walter Benjamin. Worked. Well, theory of work. Interesting. So it linked with the text wrote by Walter Benjamin in 1915, and in this text, Benjamin made the difference, the precise difference, between what we call Gehalt and Gestalt. And it means in the traditional way, we need a form to recognize an object. With the modernity in the inverse, we don't need a form to recognize an object, and you just need, perhaps, the experience of a content, and it's just the experience of the content who produce the experience of the art. So we don't need the form. So the question, the essential question for research and creation, it's probably not a question of form, it's a question of an experience of a content. And this is very difficult because it's difficult to produce that with students, it's difficult to produce that with other people, but I think it's the most essential things for the question of research and creation. I just said that the concept of Walter Benjamin, it's called in German, it's called Gedichtete, what it means in poematic. So it's not the question of the object of poem, it's the question of an experience of what we could name poems, artwork, artisticization, sculpture, etc., etc. And this question is really important that I think, and it's probably what we try to improve with Aurélie in the project, to really improve this question with all the students, not a question of a form, but a question of a content. What is the experience of the content? And the content, I will explain different things after that. The content could be in different way, in different experience, at different level and produce different things. So the conclusion of this point is really important because it needs to make a decorrelation between ground and form. Question of dialectic. Question of dialectic, it's really simple. It's the consequence of the question of the content, because you make a decorrelation, a logic decorrelation between ground and forms. You need to improve something new, to improve a dialectic, c'est-à-dire an experience of a discussion, of a debate. And this experience of the dialectic difference between ground and form, it's precisely what we call, and it's the 7th point, plasticity. Plasticity comes from the dialectic difference between Gehalt and Gestalt, ground and form. And it's because it's not linked by logic, and it's because it's linked by the necessity of build a new discussion, a new problematic in between the two things, ground and form, and the plasticity emerge from that. Question of plasticity. With Aurélie, we work a lot with that, and we work a lot with an important French philosopher who is called Catherine Malabou, and she worked a lot on the question of plasticity. She wrote a book in 2009 called Ontology of Talk. During hours and hours of plasticity, I just want to say something really important because we work with Aurélie with that. The interesting thing with plasticity, we use two things in this project. The question of rapidity, you said no, speed, not rapidity, speed. The question of speed, because Catherine Malabou tried to interpret what she called the brain plasticity. It means the speed you use in your brain to connect, to combine, to change, to interchange all the information on the object you have in your brain. So the first thing you use is this speed, the incredible speed on the connection. And the second thing we use is the question of, Catherine Malabou said, there is another sense, another meaning of plasticity, it's explosion. Plasticity always produces an explosion. And the two concepts we want to use and we want to produce for research and creation is speed and explosion. You need to produce that two things. Another speed, and well, we try to say something after that about that, speed and explosion. 8, question of performativity. Our performativity is absolutely important, and I need to just say two quickly things about the question of performativity. The first thing is, ciao Aurélie, have a good travel. I just want to say two simple things about performativity. The first thing is the heritage from Mallarmé. Mallarmé in 1898 wrote a text, un coup de dé jamais n'abolira le hasard, and the end of the text is this small sentence in French is toute lecture qui le sacre. All reading will consecrate the reading. So the question is very simple. Performativity, it's a question on the spectator, on the reader, only on the spectator and the reader. It's absolutely not something from the creator. When you read the poem of Mallarmé, you have two solutions. First, I could read this text because I want some information about the problem of what we call in French, le vers libre. It's a model of writing. Or we could read this object for another thing and read this object to consecrate this object as a poem. And it's completely different. It's two objects, and we probably have some other solution, and you could read this object from a third way, a fourth way, etc. So the question of performativity is a question of choice. And research and creation, it's to improve this choice for the people working together and to improve this choice for the spectators. And it's really important to think about that. The second object really important is the piece produced by Dan Graham called Schema in 1968. then Graham produced an object we call schema. And this schema, when he had an actualization in a publication, it's become a poem. So the second thing the second thing important to produce a definition of performativity is the question of actualization. Performativity, it's choice from the spectator, and the actuality, it means the way that in a context, when you publish, when you show, when you make an exhibition, when you produce a text, on that occurrence, it becomes something different. And performativity, it's based on that. And it's really important. 9 point, at that time, for me, it's one of the most important points. It's what we call in French les détectives métaphysiques, and what I try to call in English metaphysical detection. Now, this, I should say that it's the concept of one of my friends who's called Francesco Canova, and he is currently completing his PhD under my supervision, because I produce some PhD in the art school, so PhD in research and creation in between art school and university. And the subject of Francesco, it's precisely this, what he calls a metaphysical detection. So it's a detection, it's a particular detection, because metaphysical detection, it's not a detection, you don't try to find an object. It's not ground on a result, it's just ground on explore a trajectory and a method. And I think it could be the object of research and creation, not a problem of result, a problem of trajectory. And all the question of this methodology, of this idea of research and creation, is the problem of the trajectory. So we could talk a long time about this question. It's very complex, really interesting, and well, probably tomorrow we could continue to have a discussion. Il me reste combien de temps? Alessandro, il me reste combien de temps?
Oui, justement, on était en train de dire, c'est une demi-heure maintenant.
Ouais.
Tu peux avoir encore 5 minutes?
Ouais, c'est bien. Donc je vais aller très vite. Je vais juste. Sorry, I will continue to explore these 20 items, and tomorrow we could continue to talk about that. So, question of detection, metaphysical detection, it's really important because you need to produce a detection of the trajectory. It's precisely what Benjamin called in this second thesis the question of tractatus in the way of the scholastical philosophy. 10 point, art and theory. So I think it's really important, and I just want to produce an indication about something. It's on the letter of the humanism of Martin Heidegger. Heidegger produced this hypothesis that the modernity of philosophy is based on the idea that Denken and Gedicht, art and theory, are as linked because it's the same method on the same question, and the question is the question of being. So we could talk larger about that, but I think in the link with the philosophy, it's really important to think about that for research and creation. 11, this is absolutely for Alessandro, the question of poiesis. Alors poiesis, it's also for me the question, it's really important for me, because poiesis, I think it's absolutely based on the question of research, because poiesis is the integration of what we call pro, with the dash, duction. It's not production, it's mean to fabric something. Production, it's mean to put something in front of somebody. So it could be, if you want, it could be for another way the definition of the ready-made. To put an object, to place an object in front of somebody else. And to interrogate the movement of the object, because you change the object, you change the place of the object, and to make an interrogation of the modification of the perception on the people, on the person in front of that. So we could talk about that. I just want to say that the etymology of poiesis, it's a question in Greek, it's poios. It's poios, it means what it means. What that? So poiesis, it's precisely the liminal question of the research. 12, the question of combinatory. So combinatory is really important. I think it's one of the most important things for the method of the research. Third, the question of complexity. Well, complexity, we could talk about that during hours and hours. Just two things on complexity. Complexity is we need Deleuze and we need the question of the fold of Deleuze to interpret this question, and all the question of the Baroque, another interesting subject for Alessandro. And the other thing for Alessandro too, it's Alessandro and me, we have the same supervisor for the thesis. And this supervisor, who is called Georges Molinier, have a question essential that Molinier said that the deep definition of complexity is respect. And the respect, respicere in Latin, it means to have another look on the same thing. And this, I think, it's almost an important question for the research and creation. 14, the question of accident. The question of accident, it's really important. It means we could talk about something about that. To think about the method of research and creation. Question of index. And then question of coactoriality, but we talk about that. Question of compromise. Donc all the question of the combination between all the elements we talk about. Question of heuristic. It means question of discovery. The important thing is to produce discovery. And the two last thing, it's almost teaching, because I think it's impossible to make research and creation if we don't teach. And the last thing, it's what we called, with Aurélie, what we call the vision machine. And the vision machine, it's really important because we could talk a long time about that, but the vision machine in research and creation, it's really important because it's linked with another, it's linked with the text of Paul Virilio, published in 1988, obviously. And a few years before, is linked with another concept really important, produced by the curator Harald Zeeman. And Harald Zeeman produced the inverse of vision machine. It was, in English, I always forgot the term, it's bachelor machine. I macchini celibi. Ouais, exact. Ou machine célibataire en français. And the machine célibataire, the bachelor machine, is the machine who produce myth. And research and creation, it's exactly the inverse. It's never producing myth. It's producing relation with the spectator and relation with the people in front of the object. I'm so sorry, my English, it's absolutely awful.
So thank you again. We have the coffee break. As we anticipated, we go through this door, and then first on the right, you have the coffee finally. We will see each other in 30 minutes, so no longer than that. are going to watch and listen the video sent by Andy Chong, and immediately after we will do question and answer moment with the speakers of the afternoon, and immediately after we can also use the time that we have together maybe to sum up the first day and enjoy a little bit of a discussion. So in 1 hour and something, it should be over. So we go with the last speaker of the day, Andy Chong, that is with us, even if only virtually, and is a professor of cultural and media studies at the Bern University of the Arts. He studied musicology, German literature, and sociology at the University of Hamburg. He has some selected publication like Bauhaus and the Black Mountain College, and we will see his speech immediately.
Hello everybody, my name is Andy Schon. I'm from Bern, Switzerland, and I'd really love to be in Torino with all of you today. But annoyingly, I caught a flu, as you can hear in my voice probably. As I'm not fit for traveling right now, and also as I don't want to act as a super spreader, I decided to pre-record this lecture for you and then go straight back to bed. I wish you all a wonderful symposium. Thank you so much for the invitation anyway. It's a pleasure to talk to you, even from a distance. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the Interdisciplinary Y Institute at the Bern University of the Arts, but also as the writer that I am. The Y Institute connects the various departments of the university. We offer courses that are attended jointly by students from the fields of art, music, theater, literature, and conservation. And we also work closely with our research department to conduct the kind of research that might hopefully be appropriate to an art school. Today I'd like to talk about a research project I carried out a few years ago, which, among other things, resulted in a literary work whose research-oriented nature is open to discussion. I will first say a few things about literary writing as research, then report on the given research project, and finally read a passage from the short story that was created within this framework. My writing lies at the intersection of cultural studies and literature. Neither approach is inherently more correct than the other, but they pursue different objectives. Cultural studies attempt to reach a conclusion through the most coherent sequence of arguments possible in order to make reality more understandable. Literature, on the other hand, is free to complicate things and demonstrate disparate aspects without offering any resolution. I think that the choice of representation depends on what one is able to say about a particular question. In this sense, the presentation of societal ambivalences, for example, within the framework of short stories or literary essays, can be a form of knowledge acquisition. Also, I would argue that cultural studies include an aspect of storytelling as well. In seminal publications from 2008 and 2019, the Swiss cultural studies scholar Corinna Cardouf, a colleague of mine from Bern, formulated 3 conditions under which literature can be considered artistic research. Despite my skepticism regarding strict artistic definitions, Cardouf's proposal seems a good starting point. First, Cardouf argues, the research question must be clearly identifiable and also set out in paratexts, such as a preface or afterword. Second, extra-literary systems of knowledge should be examined, and third, the knowledge data must be incorporated into a narrative and negotiated within it. If I may be so honest, I only mention these regulations here because my literary writing happens to conform to them. But since that's the case, I'd like to demonstrate how the concept of artistic research provides me with a point of reference. In 2022, my colleague Johannes Salim Ismail Wendt and I edited a collection of essays entitled Postcolonial Repercussions on Sound Ontologies and Decolonized Listening for the Transcript Publishing House in Bielefeld, Germany. I contributed a short story about Paul Bowles to this volume. In my story, a young social anthropologist visits Bowles, the legendary writer, in Tangier to interview him about his historical recordings of traditional Moroccan music. The young researcher suspects that these recordings, made in the late 50s and early 60s, were not just documentaries, but rather, at least in some cases, staged performances done from a colonial perspective. Bowles isn't particularly interested in this distinction. He considers it hair-splitting. He also invokes his profession as a poet. The interview is supplemented in the narrative by the European anthropologist's observations and self-perceptions amidst the hustle and bustle of a North African city. My text was written as part of a research project on Paul Bowles funded by the Swiss National Science Foundation. I myself had been to Tangier, but only in 2016, long after Bowles' death in 1999. On site, I reviewed archival materials, read interviews, and imagined how such a conversation might have unfolded in the late 1990s. It was important to me not to pass final judgment on Bowles, but to leave him in his enigmatic state, while still getting a little closer to understanding the historical music recordings and their creation. So let's get a closer look. Who exactly was Paul Bowles? A native New Yorker, moved to Tangier in northern Morocco in 1947. Until then, he made a name for himself in the New York society as a composer and poet, alongside the equally renowned writer Jane Bowles, his wife. From 1923 until its independence from France in 1956, Tangier was an international zone administered by 8 European states. With the arrival of the Bowles couple, Tangier became a magnet for the artistic avant-garde. For example, members of the Beat Generation, William Burroughs among others, lived in Tangier for a time and continued to do so even after independence. Paul Bowles explained the country to them.
It was in 51 and I was up in Shawan, and I went out one evening, went into a little cafe on the second floor there above the plaza, and it was full of Moroccans. I was the only European. I was the only European staying in Shawan at the time at all. And so I sat there and listened to the music, drank my tea. Soon this man came in, indistinguishable from all the others that I could see. And he sat down with the others, sort of in the front row, opposite the musicians. Then when the musicians began a new piece, he rose and began to dance and shuffle around a bit. Soon went into the trance, fell, the music stopped. The musicians began a completely different piece, different drum rhythms, and he began moaning and moving about on the floor, slowly got up, began dancing again, but a different rhythm. Suddenly pulled out a long knife, and in rhythm in time with the drum beats, began slashing himself in a formal fashion, beginning at the wrists, this way, up and down his arms. When he finished with his arms, and they were completely bloody, he wiped them over his face so he could paint his face red. Then he did the same with his legs up to the knees, on the backs.
About traditional Moroccan music. He had a precise idea of what should be preserved, namely the unadulterated, and what should be disregarded, namely everything influenced from abroad. I actually wanted to play some music for you, but I leave it out for technical reasons. Bowles released a double LP in 1972 containing excerpts from his total of 72 hours of material. He arranged it as follows. LP 1, Highlands, the Berbers, the unadulterated, the authentic, the real. LP 2, Lowlands, influence strains, music that is permeated by external influences. This is, I would say, typical enlightened thinking, measuring, weighing, categorizing, putting things into boxes. Napoleon did it that way, and Bowles does it that way here with regards to music. Sometimes the writer's imagination ran away with him in the descriptions and liner notes. In a landscape of immensity and desolation, it is a moving thing to come upon a lone camel driver sitting beside his fire at night while the camels sleep, and listen for a long time to the querulous, hesitant cadences of the kashbar. The music, more than any other I know, most completely expresses the essence of solitude. So the thing is that a musicologist named Richard Schuyler found out that this hadn't been the case at all. In fact, it was like this. The piece was not recorded in a landscape of immensity and desolation, but in a small town just outside the port city of Nador, in the foothills of the reef 7 kilometers from the Mediterranean. There were no sleeping camels, but rather a recording crew and a crowd of local musicians, spectators, and government officials. The flute player was even forced to play a solo, so it's not just categorization, but also manipulation to a certain extent. As you most probably know, this is an important theoretical perspective for understanding developments like these. In 1979, Edward Said published the book Orientalism, in which he describes precisely the moment of often romantic attribution from a Western perspective. The non-Western world is portrayed as an intellectual construct of the former colonial powers, obscure, difficult to understand, intoxicating, in any case irrational and contrary to Western scientific thinking. This is the basis on which orders are imposed and manipulations are carried out. I'm now reading a passage from a short story. Maybe it's important to say that I write in German, so the translation might not be perfect or very generic. Imagine this as a German text that I just read out to you in my famous airport English. So let's see what happens to the young anthropologist Dieter Gansky in Tangier in 1999. After a restless sleep, Dieter made his way to the American consulate the next morning, a truly magnificent Moorish-style building, in gratitude for Morocco's recognition by the United States as the first country in the world. At the time of the international zone, the American legation was part of the high society network. Today, it had largely lost its political function and served purely representative purposes. This also seemed to apply to the older consul Dieter met at the spot and whose field of activity was not quite clear to him. He was somehow left behind, just as the whole building was like a remnant. Besides an ancestral gallery of former ambassadors, the main attraction was the toy collection of the multi-billionaire Malcolm Forbes, who had spent some nice years in the city together with Woolworth heiress Barbara Hutton. More interesting was the meeting with Yassine, who was in charge of the house's small scientific library. A likable guy, perhaps 30 years old, who had returned to his hometown after studying in Paris, like some of his old friends. Asked about Bowles' role in Tangier, he just waved it off. Bowles had always avoided the educated Moroccans. They did not fit into his concept. Here in delegation, however, everything that somehow had to do with Bowles had been collected for years in order to build him a kind of shrine after his death. Yassine said that this seemed a little scary to him, but Dieter should send best regards and tell Bowles that even if he ignored the local intelligentsia, it would still unfold splendidly. When Dieter rang apartment 33 for the second time, he had already tried it the day before. His feelings and thoughts were even more ambivalent than yesterday. But then a smiling Abdelouahid, Bowles' butler, opened the door for him and told him that he was the only guest today. Mr. Bowles had received Dieter's mail and was looking forward to the conversation. Again or still, Bowles sat on his throne of pillows. When Dieter entered the room, he smiled and pointed to a bamboo chair opposite the bed. His servant immediately brought tea. Bowles was still an experienced host. Well, young man, what are you bringing me, and what do we want to talk about? Frankly, you seem a little disoriented. Excuse me. The master's eyes sparkled attentively. Dieter pulled his doctoral thesis out of his pocket, a study on the relationship between fact and fiction in German documentary films of the 1960s. Bowles raised his eyebrows, nodded approvingly, and placed the book on one of the piles next to his bed. Mr. Bowles, please forgive the ambush, but I need your advice. The poet seemed amused, so Dieter came straight to the point. I'm interested in the audio recordings of traditional Moroccan music you made decades ago. These are fantastic documents, but I have a few questions about them. I have read your notes. Sometimes you had strange ways to get to the footage. I wanted to preserve the music before it disappeared. I traveled all over the country for it. That's all, actually. Let me give you two examples. There's the Gnawi solo song that yes, the go-go, a kind of shoebox with a single string and with a horribly rattling steel nib. Mr. Bowles, you asked the go-go player to remove the nib, which is an integral part of the instrument, for the recordings. I didn't actually ask him, I coerced him. But the recording is one of my best. Listen, the Gnawa music in Marrakesh was already the result of various blendings at the time. I see my intervention more as a natural development of the instrument. Another example, Re Dial Beni Bouya. I can imagine what comes next. In Sigangan, you wanted to record a small ensemble of vocals, flute, and a kind of snare drum. You didn't appreciate the drum, but you liked the kashbar flute very much. The kashbar player, however, refused to play solo because this element did not occur in his music. You threatened him with the American government. That's right, but at least I didn't make a secret of it. You recorded the flute solo against the will of the musicians and then wrote a text for it. May I read it out loud? Don't. I know it by heart. In a landscape of immensity and desolation. I just read it out to you a few minutes ago. But according to your notes, it was neither night nor lonely, nor were there camels in the area. You simply used the power of the government you despised, the American one, to document something that didn't really exist. But this recording has also become very beautiful. You know, back then I wasn't just a living microphone, but a lively person with my own musical aesthetic. May I ask another question? Did you expect that your text would be translated into Arabic, that they would also have Moroccan readers? No, I would also not advise any Moroccan to read my books. I asked this because you once wrote that you could easily confuse the locals with their luggage. Really? Where did you find that? In your novel The Sheltering Sky, the protagonist enters a train compartment and describes her impressions of chaos. So what? Have you ever taken a train in Morocco? Why don't you give it a try? Mr. Bowles, why do cultivated Europeans always meet uneducated Moroccans in your books? Because that's realistic. As an unsuspecting visitor of Morocco, you do not meet an educated person. And if you did, you would notice because educated people do not talk to tourists. Besides, this is the only way to get the action going. I need disparate elements that collide. I am a writer, you know, not a documentary filmmaker. Mr. Bowles, you ignore the local high culture. Because it doesn't interest me. I'm interested in what's different here than in the Western world. Those who have studied abroad do not appear in my books. Also, you do not grant this country any progress. I don't want any progress. How can you want progress when the world is about to collapse? Just one step further and it's all over. You claim that Moroccan culture has suffered greatly since independence in 1956. Since independence? No. Since the 9th century, since the Arabs ruined the country. That has nothing to do with 1956. Let me rephrase. Is your representation of North Africa balanced and correct? And I'll tell you once again, I'm not responsible for correct and balanced representations. I am a writer. I write what I want. That is my only privilege. Now calm down and drink your tea. I received mail today. During the conversation, Dieter had been aroused in a way that he rarely experienced. Bowles, on the other hand, had remained provocatively calm. He knew all these accusations. He didn't care about them. Now he picked up a cassette, one of his old compositions from the 1930s, which had recently been recorded in France. He instructed Dieter to put it in the recorder. Then they listened to sounds from a bygone era, a kind of American late romanticism with cautiously modern elements. During the interview, the old man had giggled and twisted almost youthfully, but listening to the music, he had got tired and leaned his head back. He waved at Dieter, shook his hand, and whispered something to him. Dieter wasn't sure if he had understood it correctly, but the servant took care of his master now. He kissed Bowles on the forehead and closed his eyes. The visit seemed to be over. Dieter had understood the following words. I surround myself with silent figures. Thank you, take care, stay healthy, and hope to see you soon. Bye-bye. Hello everybody, my name is Andy Schoen. I'm from Bern, Switzerland, and I'd really love to be in Torino with all of you today.
So thank you, Andy, even if virtually. We try again the setup that we... Please, don't be shy. Okay. Again, if there are some questions regarding the intervention of the afternoon, we start from there, and then we open up the discussion further to the whole day. Any curiosity? Yes, please. Okay.
I have a question to Vincent. I was interested by the regular, frequent appearance of hands and cut members and cut hands appearing in your different works. I was thinking in the first place at La Table Surrealiste of Giacometti, that came up. And I was wondering if that is a special, it's a motive, of course, it's a motive. If there is a kind of traumatic experience that lays under that, and why you are using, the hand or the cut hand in your different videos, scenographies. And would there be also a relation to the epoca, to the world we live in? Or is it, would there be a relation in the choice of the cut hand and the kind of world we are living in? Yeah. Or is it only a personal traumatic thing?
Thank you for your question. Can I répondre en français o in italiano? Sono veramente negato, veramente, mi dispiace. Allora, meglio in italiano o in francese?
If you both speak French, you can go with French.
Traduce for me?
No, of course not. No, I'm joking.
Okay.
If there are some problems of care, yes, I will intervene,
okay.
but I think that we can understand it.
La question de la main vient de la question de la prise au monde. Et j'ai beaucoup travaillé sur la question de la depersonalizzazione. Ho lavorato molto sulla depersonalizzazione e la mano et sa transparence, la sua trasparenza, est pour moi importante parce que c'est un manque de prise sur le monde. Pour des expériences personnelles également, sur la question de la limite du corps, etc. Dans Discursive Immanence, c'est la question de deux principes. Le principe de la saisie, qui est faite par le corps, le visage, la question de la saisie qui est faite de façon automatique, de façon presque psychologique par cette main, qui est disloquée, qui a une autre fonction, en fait, par rapport au visage qui est dans la mise en relation. Après, il y a beaucoup de fois la main avec la stigmate, qui est également transparente, avec un trou, qui laisse passer le réel, l'eau. Voilà, donc ce sont des formes symboliques, et aussi parce que dans l'image votive, les miniatures etc., souvent le rapport au corps est souvent fonctionnel, c'est-à-dire que Santa Lucia, par exemple, Sainte Lucie, elle est représentée avec la coupelle et les yeux disloqués. Les Sainte-Anne avec les seins coupés. Donc chaque partie de l'organe a une fonction spécifique. Et donc elle n'est pas coupée, non è tagliato, è dislocato. C'est la dislocation qui m'intéresse. Je ne sais pas si j'ai répondu. Après, il y a un rapport forcément à l'automate, la marionnette, dans lequel, encore une fois, comme i pupi siciliani, et les petites marionnettes siciliennes, tout ça, que je voyais quand j'étais petit, encore une fois, il y a toujours ce souvenir. Chaque partie du corps avait une fonction. Voilà. Non so se gli italiani avete...
Sì, c'è
ok,
una
grazie.
vicinanza. Ok.
I need to ask 2 questions to Fabien, but I
Of
can
course
wait.
you have to.
I desperately need, actually, to have
We were waiting
these
for
answers,
it.
but I can wait. I can wait.
No, you can break the ice. And
Can I? Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, right. So these are the 2 questions. The first one is very quick.
Yeah.
You spoke about art as a question of content,
Yes.
to which form is, I don't know, added perhaps in some way.
Yeah.
Perhaps you could say more about this, but
Yes.
isn't art ultimately, at least for me, as a practitioner, the moment of identity of form and content, the moment, especially if you think about poetry, but perhaps in general, the moment in which something cannot be done otherwise. That's what I call the identity between form and content. First question. Do you want to answer, or I ask both?
Oui.
Okay, go.
Yeah. So, for the question of content, perhaps I was a little bit too speed. The question is, in the tradition, there is a link, a logical link between form and content. If you want to read a poem, you have to choose the form of a poem, and the form of a poem content the poem. The problem is, and it's noticed by Adorno in 1966, and it's noticed by Benjamin with the question of paratax with Hölderlin. The problem is when you produce a poem or an object, an art object, but you dislocate the link between the form and the content. Then you continue to affirm, to assume that the content is a poem, but they absolutely don't exist, don't continue to exist, the form, to have the logical identification of the object as a poem. So it's problematic, because the question is, there is the logic and the form can be used for the experience of the poem. So at that time, you have to produce something else. You have to produce an experiment on the content. It could be what you want. It could be the list on this bottle, and perhaps that the text on this bottle could produce for you the experiment of a poem. But there is not the form of the poem. So it's precisely for that I call that performativity, because this performativity, exactly at the same thing that when Dan Graham said in this object schema, is the problem of information, then when the form disappears, you need the performativity to produce the information of the possibility of an experiment.
Perhaps it's worth reminding, for those who don't know it, how this piece by Graham is constructed.
Yeah. This piece is the first model of this piece is 1968, and it's 1968 to 1973. It's called schema, and schema is it's to think the protocol, and the protocol there is a list of items, the number of letters, the number of voyelles, the number of consonants. I don't know the word in English for that, but all the technical question of the production of this schema, and this schema become a poem only when it's actualized on a publication, and at that time it's a poem. And then Dan Graham produced some commentary on that, and on that commentary he produced the idea of the in-dash formation, the question of creating something with the absence of the form, of with something with a decorrelation with the form.
Yeah, because they are basically variables, actually. It's just the variables, the empty text as a series of variables, linguistic variables, and then you fill it with the relation form content. Yeah. Right, thank you. Second question is about the poiesis, of course.
Yes.
Because you gave a definition I never heard you giving of the notion of poiesis. In that, not all, but when you focused your definition on the notion of production in terms of putting something before us, like in front of us. And I was thinking that a work of art is also something that is around us. Delphine was also distinguishing, I think it was you, between a work around which you walk, or was it Aurélie this morning? Aurélie, perhaps, a work around which you walk as a sculpture, or in which you enter. And that reminds me also of what our friend Jean-Baptiste Carbolante says between the works that font face, in front of us, or font place, the works in which we create a space that we can experience, like, for instance, many of Vincent's works presented today. What do you make of that in terms of this etymological interpretation of production? Perhaps there's something more to it, or also, it's last thing I wanted to say, it's worth reminding that poiesis comes from the Greek word to, not only what you said, but also simply to do, to make something, poiein. So perhaps with this making, there is also this possibility for an immersion in what you called also yourself the experience. So I wanted to know if you can comment on that.
I could make a short comment. The important question, is to not, comment on dit, pas mélanger, to not mix the question of producing. Poien, the verb poien in ancient Greek, not exactly mean doing. Doing, it's another word, it's ergein. Ergein, it's to produce something, what you want, to produce a glass, to produce a discourse, what you want. It's ergein. Or it could be also placein. Placein, it's when you make a sculpture. It's placein. Ergein, when you realize something. Vraiment, enfin, really, you realize something. Poien was translated in Latin with the verb producere. But in philosophy, when you use that, you continue to put a dash between pro and ducere. To think that producere in Latin, it's pro, it means in front, and ducere, it means, comment on dit amener en anglais? To be guided, right. To be put something in front of somebody. And it's exactly the meaning of poien in Greek. Because poien in Greek, it's making something, but not making something as a production, a real production, is making something as putting an object in front of somebody, because you need that somebody create the conscious of the object. It's precisely that. The archaic term we build the verb poien in Greek, it's an integrative, it's poios. Poios, it means what it is. It's precisely what it is. The question of production in poiesis, it's not a production that I will produce an apple pie. It's absolutely not that. It's at the inverse. I've produced the apple pie. This is ergon. And then I offer you the apple pie. When I offer you the apple pie, when I put the apple pie, I'm so sorry for the bad example, but it's the only, I have that just in my mind. Oui, en fait j'ai faim, I'm hungry, exactly that. When you put the apple pie on the table, this is poien. When you make the apple pie, it's ergain. When you put the apple pie on the table, it's poien. And this, it's an absolute difference.
How about that last thing? How about when you dive into the apple pie? How about when you're inside the apple pie? Isn't that poien?
Inside the apple pie.
It's not just
You
when the apple pie is not just...
apple pie, you go inside the apple pie.
It's not just in front of you, but you're in an immersive for example, mixed reality apple pie. What happens in terms of Poyen?
Redis-le-moi en français, ça.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe quand tu es à l'intérieur du gâteau de pomme? C'est le moment immersif, justement.
We all need sugar at
quand
this
tu
time of the evening. I think this is the...
Alors, deux choses, two things. If you are inside the apple pie, it's another space. It's the space of what we call myth, metaphysics. You could imagine an other space where in this other space, you could be in the apple pie. So it's two different spaces. The other thing, it's not to be in the apple pie, it's to produce an assimilation on the apple pie. It's the moment of you make what we call a devoration in English, quand on dévore. When
yes,
it's not eating, it's devoring.
Yeah.
It's a kind of intense way of eating. What is the word in English for that?
Devour.
Eh ben voilà, c'est imprononçable. But it's exactly that. On that moment, it's another way to have a relation with the apple pie. But this, it's not ergon, it's not poien, it's another concept in Greek. It's bora. Bora, it's incredible concept in Greek. Bora, when you make this devoration of the object, because you want to become something with the apple pie. It's all the question of the animal, the question of the eating, the nutrition, etc., etc. But it's really another question.
Thank you very much. I have kind of a meta question about how you apprehend the nature of the theoretical gesture.
Yes.
This morning we were discussing that artistic research is kind of an impulse to question the categories, the conceptual category we are operating with, to shift established systems of thought, to really put into question some kind also of structures or dominant systems from Western thoughts and ways of having this, And I mean, this, I would say, impulse of this specific kind of practice to precisely question modes of thoughts and ways of thinking away from all this tradition that we've inherited from this Greek philosophy onwards. I was wondering how you see the nature of the kind of theoretical gesture that you're performing right now, confronted by these kind of practices from artistic research, and what is here, the tension maybe that there is, or not, in your view.
So your question, it's precisely what? Precisely the interpretation of the nature of...
Yeah, it seems to me that you try, but maybe that's a misunderstanding for my part, but the kind of theoretical gesture you're performing tends to establish definitions of what it is, or...
No.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking. It's a bit kind of...
No, absolutely not. I never talk about question of category, definition, etc. It's exactly the inverse. And I said two things. I said the first, research and creation should produce the experiments of the diversity and not the universe. Universe, it's the idea of going to the unity, definition, category, stabilization, etc., etc. The diverse, it's the inverse, it's dis in Latin, and versus it means indirection, and dis, it means the impossibility of the unity. Like in difference, it's what it brings, the impossibility of the unity. So the idea is that research and creation conduct to the impossibility of the unity, donc never to the question of unity, the definition, etc., etc. And the last thing, I'm so sorry because I was late at the end, the last thing, it's, I mentioned the question of heuristic. The heuristic is the question of discovering and never the question of making category. Never, never.
But still there is a normative approach in the way you're addressing these questions. I mean, also in your answer, you say it should do this. So there is some kind of, there is one way of doing it, yeah.
Yes, but it was just because it was difficult to say that in English in the short time of a lecture. But I'm so sorry for that, for the bad quality of my English. And the idea will finish probably tonight before sleeping the footnotes of the text, but I will send to Alessandro the text in French, in English, and in Italiano, and with all the precision and all the references, and perhaps to avoid all this misunderstanding on that. But this misunderstanding could be really interesting because we could talk about that tomorrow afternoon. Because misunderstanding in the beginning of
the
art.
Same round table.
Yes, and there is a beautiful piece in 1970 from Mel Bochner about the question of misunderstanding.
Hi. I have a weird question.
Yes.
Did you ever take in consideration some invisible forces like synchronicity or some knowledges coming from quantistic physics, like what everything that is not visible that then come visible? Because some approach that I'm listening is more referred to the end of a process that has something underneath, that synchronicity is just one thing, but we can even talk about other forces that is not magic, but is just something proved by also science now.
Now this is a very, very good question, and it's a very difficult question. The difficult question because it's difficult to talk about that. It was too short during the lecture, but I was at a moment of the lecture the question of what we'll call in English and in philosophy the question of agentivity. And the question of agentivity is related in Greek with the question of a daimon. The daimon is this invisible link between desire and movement. And this is really interesting. This is related to all the question of invisibility, other forces, other comment on dit, des plans d'univers, other level of... Ouais. Ouais, universe plan, other universe. It could be different universe. It's the other possibility of destroy the question of the unity. It's to imagine that there is absolutely not one universe, but probably 20, probably 2 millions, probably billions and billions. And the question, it's there is a beautiful book of Graham Harman about this question of the movement of the thing and the object on this different level of universe. So there is many invisible forces and links into that. But it's an other than very difficult question, but we need to talk about that.
How about emotions?
Sorry?
How about emotions?
Emotions?
Because, excuse me, I don't remember. Okay.
Emotion.
Talk about love, which is a really huge force that can make something materially talking big. Maybe it's the most powerful force of making something in research creation. So I'm wondering if in your table there is also this kind of forces.
Emotion. I talk about emotion, but with another word. I talk about that with the strange word in English. In Greek, aesthetics. Aesthetics in Greek is emotion. And the idea, perhaps the idea, it's very complex, but we produce in the artistry, we produce an idea an interpretation of art based on the object. since the beginning of the 20th century, there is this idea of it's a question. Huh? It is possible to produce an artistry based on emotion. For the moment, we haven't succeeded. But the question is why we haven't succeeded, and perhaps it's one of the huge questions on research and creation to base this research on emotion. But it's for me it's too early to say more than that question. But the only thing it's really different, because emotion, for me it's not the question of the invisible things on other plane. There is a materiality on emotion. It's the immediate relation between people. The invisible links, it's some other things. For me, it's some other things. Yeah. I'm sorry for my English, and it's difficult to have the precision of the thing, but perhaps we could talk about that.
I have a question, or maybe a reflection that is very close to what Veronica said. And I would like to relate with the definition of producere, the etymology of producere, as you put it before, and linking with another Latin verb that is seducere. 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 That, if I remember correctly, it means like bringing with me. So seduco is bringing with me. So it seems to me that producing a work of art or artistic research connects a way of producing processes of making sense, but also there is a part of seduction, let's say. And so my question is, how can we consider the specificity of a knowledge that is produced by these two movements that are producere and seducere? Is a specificity that maybe it's very difficult to convert the specificity of this knowledge into something that we can measure or studying as a proper research. I don't know, but maybe it's nice to stay in this question to consider what we are doing.
This is a very, very beautiful question. And perhaps my proposition for this question is just to think of the question of address. Because when there is something like producere, it's to conduct something in front of somebody. In the seducere, the conduction is on you. And this is absolutely completely different. Because the direction of the conduction, it's completely different. In the production, with the dash, in the production, it's to the alterity. In the seduction, it's to me. And it's all the question, because the seduction, alors, I try to be really very precise. There is, in the end of the 70s, precisely in 1978, you have a book, absolutely incredible, wrote by Derrida, about the question of the artwork in painting. And Derrida said that the best way to translate the idea of Aristotle of what is art, or the idea of what Kant said about the art, like a disinterested pleasure, is the difference between production and seduction. Because in the seduction, your interest is you. In the question of poiesis, like production, your interest is not you, it's the body in front of you. It's the alterity in front of you. And Derrida said that the modern definition of art is this pleasure ce plaisir, Alessandro, il va falloir que tu m'aides, ce plaisir à se séduire soi-même.
Il piacere legato a se stesso. The pleasure connected to itself in English.
The pleasure to seduce yourself.
Right. in this idea, your interest is to have a seduction on yourself. It's to produce that on you and not with the alterity. It could be my proposition for today. So, pardon.
Yeah.
Excuse me. What do you think? I speak in English about the part maudite, la part maudite. When you produce a cadeau, un regalo, to seduce or to contrain another collective.
Like the mana? Going
yes, like
mana.
This question is very simple in that with the question of part maudite, it's a question of etymology. When you make a gift in English, you produce in the same time a gift, and in German, a gift is a poison. It's exactly the same thing that in Greek, the difference with pharmakon and pharmakon. It's the problem of a dosis. In each gift, there is a part maudite, and the part maudite, it's a poison.
Yeah, if I may, just to enlarge a bit the discussion also to this morning, I think you threw another important rock stone in the lake. That was the controversial term of creation. Yes. So just to enlarge also to the speakers of this morning, I mean, the position was very clear, like we shouldn't or we couldn't use the term creation. And I was just going to enlarge the question a little bit to you. I mean, how do you envisage in your research? This morning we talked about artistic research rather than research and creation, but I mean, maybe creation is the elephant in the room. So if we want to try to address it right now, maybe it's the moment, or if we can also postpone to tomorrow, because I think it will come also with the glossary. So it's not, we are not in Buñuel, you can leave, but but maybe, I mean, it's just something that we can agree upon to disagree or not. It was just to open a bit. Okay.
But in fact, I wanted to say something about the relationship between content and form, but it would be probably interesting to bring this up tomorrow for the discussion on the glossary. Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe even, it's not to finish the session, but maybe it's a real big question on the word, the notion of creation. Maybe that would be something to reflect also tomorrow. With,
yeah,
we
can take it as a final goal.
Yeah.
You know, I'm joking, but as something that we can try to address tomorrow, maybe.
But if I could say something very quickly, with there is I have a problem with the Latin language, and I have a problem with Latin people, but Latin people with the Romanity, not the. Because of the technicity of the language. There is two problems in the Latin language. It's the problem... Non, mais tu vois ce que je veux dire, hein? Okay. The problem is the problem of art and creation. We use two items, and the meaning of art and creation, it's absolutely not what art and creation said. And that is confusing. It's really confusing. Art in Latin, it's the same root than rituals, and art is just a technique to reduce, comment on dit le débit en anglais? Le débit, non, le débit de... the flux? The flow, the flow. It's just a technique to reduce the flow of the real, to transform this real in reality. Not more. Just because the Latin people are a little bit, comment on dit, paresseux? Lazy, a little bit lazy. They said, okay, continue to use art and not poiesis. And in the other side, they use this word of creation, and creation is just a metaphor. So you use two words. The first word is art, and it's a misunderstanding, and creation is a metaphor. And it's bizarre because you continue to think all the time to think about these two important concepts with the misunderstanding and with the metaphor. It's a little bit problematic. So we could talk about that tomorrow.
Yeah.
With pleasure.
So we have an objective for tomorrow. Thank you all for being here with us today. And we look forward to go further.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Now it's time for sweet and wine.
Yes.
I need wine. A microfono acceso. Ho gridato al microfono acceso, I need wine.
Vabbè.